right, it is 6 p.m. and with that, I will gavel to call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees for Monday, December 14th, 2020. And our first order of business this evening is the swearing in of our newly elected board members.
Okay, we'll start with Mark Lasis, if he'll give his name, and then the Paige Henson and Tim Howard, and then I'll read the oath.
I, Mark Lasis,
I, Paige Henson,
I, Tim Howard,
Do affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, the laws of the State of Colorado, and the Superior Municipal Code, and will faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee upon which I am about to enter to the best of my ability.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, new board members. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance, and this evening, Trustee Ken Lish will recite the pledge. Everyone else can just please mute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ken. And next we'll have the roll call, please, Phyllis.
Okay, Mayor Clint Folsom,
Here.
trustees Mark Lasis,
Here.
Paige Henson,
here.
Tim Howard,
Here.
Ken Lish,
Here.
Neil Shaw,
Here.
Laura Skwasinski,
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley,
Here.
Town Attorney Kendra Carberry,
Here.
Town Clerk Phyllis Sarden here. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Are there items on the agenda that board members would like to change or potentially pull off the consent agenda?
Yeah, Clint, I'd like to pull 3E and 3G off the consent agenda.
Okay, Neil, 3G and 3E.
Yep.
Okay,
And I would like to pull 3D and 3F.
okay,
I'm
Ken,
sorry.
3D and F.
Yeah, Neil, did you say 3G or 4G? Is that the SIA for?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's supposed to be 3G, but the docs all get tagged 4G. So the SIA for whichever one that is.
Okay. Wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but 3E, you can still discuss it, but I just received 3 more versions from the property owner as well as 2 phone calls. It's not ready and it's not close. So I apologize for that, but we can talk about it, but it's not ready anyway. So if you want to just wait until your next meeting when we'll have a better version, I'm happy to do that.
I'm in support of that.
Okay, yeah, my recommendation would be just to pull that.
I support that.
Yeah.
Is the board okay with pulling that 3E?
Yes.
Okay, any other changes to the agenda? Okay, just to summarize, we're going to pull 3E off the agenda and entirely, and then we're going to pull 3G, 3D, and 3F off the consent agenda.
Yep.
Could I have a motion to approve the
So
agenda?
moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Lish, and roll call vote, please.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwasinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Henson,
Yes.
Howard.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the reports, questions, and issues segment. This is just a segment where we each give a couple of minutes of reports on prior items. And who would like to start? We're just
Okay.
kind of go in random order. I saw Ken's hand. Why don't we go Ken, followed by Neil, and go from there.
All right. Great to see everybody again, and congratulations to Paige and Tim on their elections to the board. I do want to say a quick thank you to former trustee Kevin Ryan for his service to the board. I did learn a lot from him over the past couple of years, and I appreciate his dedication to the town. And I hope he continues to be engaged with our community. And I also want to give a thank you to both Chris Oakes and Gladys Forshee for also running for the board. It's not an easy thing, and I appreciate their willingness to put themselves out there and conduct some service for the town. Beyond that, there's been a lot of meetings that have gone on since our last regular scheduled board meeting. On October 29th, we had a finance committee meeting. Those notes are included in your packet, but I'll highlight that was the initial meeting where the idea for Superior Cash was born. I had a meeting with ACES on 11/12. I had a consortium of cities meeting on, sorry, I apologize. That was an 11/12 ACES meeting and a December 2nd consortium of cities meeting. I received an interesting presentation during that consortium meeting, which I forwarded to all of you. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer them. I did attend the First Fridays on 12/4 and hosted that with both Paige and Tim, and it was a great turnout. We had some really good conversation. I attended a chamber event on December 9th, and that was the new resident event. And I want to say that was a fantastic event, and I appreciate the chamber taking the initiative to put that on. There were a handful of residents there, and both Paige and Clint attended as well. And I think there was a lot of value added to those new residents to be able to ask questions and put an actual face to those answers from both everybody who was on there from both the town and the chamber. And then finally, something I wanted to highlight was I just had another ACES meeting this past Thursday, and we heard a presentation from a local Girl Scout troop advocating for a pollinator garden in Tract H. It was an absolutely fantastic presentation. The Girl Scouts pre-recorded and sent a video to the committee for viewing during their meeting. I did circulate that with the board already, and I hope you all have had a chance to watch it. Town staff is going to be working with ACES now and coordinating with the contractor that had previously been engaged to consult on adding some pollinator and xeriscaping within the Tract H area and figure out a way to integrate the two proposals. But it was just a fantastic presentation, and it's great to see that type of engagement from our younger constituents. With that.
Thanks, Ken. Let's go with Neil next, followed by Paige and then Tim.
I'm going to do my best not to repeat a lot of what Ken said, but I'll probably do that anyways. It has been a really long time since we've met, so I just probably need to hear my own voice. I want to congratulate Mark on his re-election and then Paige and Tim on their recent election. Thankfully, as far as I can tell, there's been no legal challenges or suggestions of mass fraud, which is always good. I also want to echo what Ken said and thank Kevin for his past 4 years of service to this great community. Kevin brought an admirable set of skills to this board, and I know they're going to be severely missed. I hope to channel my inner Kevin when necessary, while also advocating for the many things he remains passionate about. For example, 20 is Plenty is a program that Kevin started talking about more than 3 years ago. I remain equally fanatical about this, about lowering our residential speed limits to improve pedestrian safety. The town just sent the survey out this morning to solicit community feedback, and I hope that survey participants will see this for what it is and a way to help, improve the safety of our own town. To that end, I do hope that we continue to see Kevin continue his passion as a citizen and maybe even see him on the ballot in 2022. On October 29th, as Ken alluded to, attended the finance meeting with Ken. And as Ken already alluded to, the Superior Cash came out of that. Right now, I do want to thank staff, specifically Adam and Martin and everyone else that was working with them for putting all the time in to get this thing together. They've had to suffer from constant pings from me to hear how things are going. And, I think the last I heard it was envelope stuffing just a few days ago. So, I'm really optimistic that this is going to be a great way to get both cash into our businesses, but try to create new customers for the businesses that we have. Finally, one of the things that I am optimistic about is that we can help to demonstrate to any other business that looks to locating in business how important our local businesses are. We care about them. We care about their success. Where we can work with them financially, we'll do that. But more importantly, shopping local means a lot. These small guys, when we had the shutdowns at the early part of the summer, they had to shut down. The big boxes have done phenomenally well, and it's helped the town finance. But the character of the town is also the local businesses. Let's do what we can to help them out. On November 19th, I attended the monthly ProStack meeting. The notes are in the consent. It's been really fascinating. Watch the development of the PROS master plan. I know PROS is here to give us an update. I'm cautiously optimistic that we're going to get to something pretty exciting. It's going to take some time to get there. We're already obviously getting some comments from people, which is great. But I do really appreciate the work that's gone into it so far. And I think the reestablishment of OSAC and ProStack and clarification of roles and responsibilities is continuing to move forward. I think that'll be great for both groups. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Neil. Let's go with Paige, Tim, and then Laura and Mark.
Thank you. I have nothing to report. Just wanted to say thank you so much to the citizens for giving me this opportunity to serve our great community. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Paige, and welcome. All right, Tim.
Well, as Paige just did, I do want to thank the residents of Superior for giving me the opportunity to serve as a town trustee. And while I've only been a trustee for 11 minutes officially, I have to say the support of town staff and my fellow trustees has been fantastic. And so I actually do have a few things just to kind of make everyone aware of that we've been working on together over the last couple of weeks. So first, I'm delighted that Superior resident Jen Cowish decided to take up the holiday Sock It To 'Em campaign, collecting new socks for homeless in Boulder shelters. Trustee Lish really kind of got this going, as did Trustee Henshin. So I'm glad to be working with them on that. Also had a recent Superior resident, Erica Yoder Chapman, reach out wanting to host a workshop on dyslexia because during the time of COVID, a lot of the flags that are recognized by our teachers, they're not necessarily as evident in a remote learning environment. And what she wants to do is host a workshop for parents so they can keep an eye out for things that might otherwise be missed. And I want to thank Kevin Colin for working with me to help coordinate this and set it up in the weeks ahead. There's also, I do want to just make everyone both on the board, but also in the town aware, there's a consortium of different organizations, including the NAACP in Boulder County, that are going to be hosting a affordable housing workshop. It's a set of 4 meetings over the first Monday of the month for 4 months. And I do think having Superior folks participate in this would be helpful as we start to put together our plan. And I'll post information on that. Next, Town Manager Matt Magley was extremely responsive after the first Friday's meeting last week when there was discussion of theft in terms of mailboxes, and setting up a meeting with Sergeant Wolf, who I see is on the line. We discussed some strategies, and I believe Matt is going to be taking some action, putting together both some ideas and some budget on what we might be able to do to help the Sheriff's Office to track down some of these folks, especially with the increase in auto-related crimes. Then lastly, I do want to just make a point. There's no explicit agenda item tonight that's dealing with COVID-19. Given the heightened risk faced by our community and all communities across the country, I think it is important for us to just make sure everyone is completely tuned in to exactly what the current situation is. No one can escape the reality of just how severe the situation is and the risk faced by our healthcare providers and our hospitals right now. In Colorado and Boulder County, we've been very fortunate because of the responsiveness of the public to the recent increased restrictions. And so we've kind of leveled out in terms of our utilization of hospital resources. However, we're not far away from being in a situation where there could be a requirement to ration healthcare. That's that new purple category that was introduced by the Colorado Department of Public Health. So I do want to just encourage everyone to continue doing everything that they can to stick with your household, limit even small gatherings, wear your mask, wash your hands, and maintain social distance. Trustee Skwajenski and I had the opportunity to meet with Vista Hospital Foundation's Board of Directors, thanks to Superior Resident Joe Kinney, who's on the board. And we talked to the board about things we might be able to do to support the caregivers. One suggestion they had was to reinvigorate the idea of putting a set of signs up that supported the caregivers with inspirational messages. And we did that. The other thing, they're going to be raising money over the next several months to support a wellness clinic for their caregivers. And I can't emphasize enough the trauma that these caregivers are facing right now. So I would encourage everyone here on the board and everyone in town to do whatever you can to support not just Vista, but all the healthcare workers. Thanks for the opportunity and sorry for being so long-winded.
Thanks, Tim, and welcome. And let's go with Laura and then Mark.
Well, I will keep my remarks very brief tonight, given the packed agenda that we have. I want to just first note, I mean, I agree with everything Tim said about COVID. I think this is something we ought to be discussing frequently, keeping top of mind, because there continue to be things that we can do as a board and for Superior. And finally, I will just add congratulations to Tim and Paige on your election. And thank you so much to former trustee Kevin Ryan. He's certainly left some big shoes to fill and his presence will be missed tonight.
All right, thanks, Laura. And Mark?
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to congratulate Tim and Paige as well. Welcome to the board. It's going to be great working with you. I'm really excited. I also want to thank Trustee Ryan as well as Trustee Hammerly for her service. You know, it was 4 years ago that Trustee Hammerly, Trustee Ryan, and myself were first elected to the board. And it's, you know, it's a little bittersweet to be here without them, but I'm really excited to work with Tim and Paige going forward. I think we're going to accomplish a lot of great things. Couple items that I just wanted to flag for everybody's attention. So the Airport Noise Roundtable is meeting. The first meeting for that roundtable will be scheduled for January 11th at 9 a.m. The agenda just went out today. I'll circulate that to the board. I believe Trustee Ryan and I were originally earmarked as the members to that roundtable. So I know we're going to have a discussion later on this evening about committee assignments, but I definitely think about joining that one as well. I'm certainly interested in continuing to serve on that. I also wanted to talk about COVID and just give a shout out and appreciate Manager Magley and Kevin Colon for all the efforts that they have taken to really refresh our town's website. You know, one of the things that, we're getting a lot of news on a national level, on a state level, but there's definitely been a desire in the community to get more local information. And, Boulder County Public Health has been pushing out that information to the town. But I appreciate, staff's revisiting of the website and graphing of the actual COVID data, because I think it makes it a little more real and helps the community recognize that COVID is not a problem that is happening elsewhere. It is happening right here in Superior, and the numbers don't look good. We've been trending in the wrong direction for a period of time now, and as we get closer to the Christmas holiday, people are going to be traveling again. And, I'm not traveling. I'm going to encourage everybody that I know that we should all be staying home, socially distancing, limiting our gatherings. As much as we'd love to see our family and our friends, it's just not a good idea to travel right now. The next challenge that we're going to be having is really on the deployment of the vaccine. And I think that we as leaders in this community need to speak with a solid and consistent voice about the importance of us all getting the vaccine when we can first have it available to us. And I know that that's going to be at different times for different folks, but looking into the future, it looks like next summer it'll be widely available to the general public. And the only way that the vaccine is going to be successful is if there's an adoption rate of about 70% of the population, because there's going to be people out there in the general population who won't be able to get vaccinated because they're at risk, they're immunocompromised. And then there are going to be people who are going to not trust it, right? And they're going to have, other justifications for not taking it. But for it to work, we really need to lead. So I'm going to call on all of us to speak with a single voice and encourage all of our residents to get vaccinated, because otherwise we're going to be living with COVID for a much longer period of time than we already have. So that's what I've got tonight. Again, I'm humbled and honored that the voters elected me and Tim and Paige, and I'm really appreciative of just the turnout. It was really amazing just how many people actually took the time to vote. So thank you to the people of Superior for speaking your mind and voting, and I am honored and look forward to serving for the next 4 years. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Mark, and congratulations again to you and Tim and Paige for election, and thanks to Kevin and Sandy for their past service to the board and to our town. I want to recognize TJ Sullivan, the executive director of the Superior Chamber. He was recently recognized by the Association of Colorado Chambers of Commerce as the state's top chamber leader for 2020. It's definitely been a challenging year for all chambers and many organizations, and I think his recognition was just large part due to all of the innovative things that he and the chamber have done. So congratulations to TJ and the entire Superior Chamber for their well-deserved award. Attended, as Ken mentioned, the December 9th new member Zoom meeting that was put on by the chamber, and it was a great event, and look forward to more of those if they have more of those. Want to thank Jen Cowish, Superior resident, Ken, Tim, and Paige, and others for picking up the sock donation this year. 2020 has been a year of regular events getting canceled, like graduations, and then residents immediately stepping up with creative ways to kind of fill the gap with parades. And so this is just another great example of people pulling through when we can't kind of do our regular routine. So really want to thank all of you for doing that. And that is it for my announcements. I'll turn it now to Matt.
Thanks, Mayor. Not a whole lot, just welcome to the new board members. Looking forward to working with everyone this year. Hopefully we can meet in person at some point. The other thing, I just want to apologize for the late add to some of these items. As Kendra mentioned, beginning of the meeting, we typically do not like to have these late adds as far as information changes and stuff. This week we're waiting on things from other parties, and we're still getting things from other parties. So it's not typical, and we try to prevent that if we can. So I don't want anybody to think this is the normal. But that was it.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And Kendra, any announcements from you?
Yeah, I would piggyback on what Matt just said. It was a bit crazy with this packet, and I apologize. So I know that Trustee Lish found some typos and things, which is to be expected based on how late we were getting things back and things like that. So I appreciate the noticing them and letting us fix them. And yes, this does not happen often, but unfortunately, we had some people who were still negotiating things as of 5 minutes ago. So hopefully this won't happen again. That's it.
All right, thanks, Kendra. And Phyllis, any announcements?
No, I don't have anything.
All right, thanks. Okay, we'll go on now to our next segment, which is public comment. And this is public comment on consent agenda, presentations, and non-agenda items. And as a reminder to the public, if you'd use your raise hand signal, raise hand feature on Zoom to signal that you'd like to speak, we'll just call people in order that they raise hands. And if you would like to speak on a scheduled agenda item, and we do have a couple of agenda items coming up, particularly the item number 9, which is, item 10, which is the public hearing. If you'd like to speak on that public hearing item, we ask that you wait and speak during that public hearing so that your comments can be included in the public record versus this current public comment. So any public comment at this point on consent agenda, non-agenda items? We have Rainier Kuntz. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
Oh, wonderful, thank you. My name is Rainer Kunz. I live in downtown Superior, 416 Promenade Drive. And I will actually make 2 comments tonight, one as a citizen and one on behalf of OSAC, the Open Space Advisory Committee, which I'm a member of. So I'll do the OSAC one first, and it's in regard to agenda item 8, public art services at Erman Roche Trailhead. So OSAC fully supports the concept and the location of the proposed art, as it fits nicely with the overall concept plan OSAC has for this area. OSAC asks to be included if there will be any earthwork done, as there could be an opportunity to build a staircase from the rail bed with smaller incremental costs since there will be construction going on anyway. This staircase has been discussed and suggested to the town over the years and is part of the amenities wish list for the Erman Roche Trailhead. So now my second comment. The second comment is in regard to the downtown Main Street development, or maybe I should better say for the lack of development. I, like many of my neighbors, bought into the downtown development because of promises made that there will be a vibrant community full of restaurants, retail, and offices. Therefore, I continue to wanting to see such downtown community development really happening. The town board approved the developer's plan about a year ago, with construction supposedly starting in March, I think. Since then, there have been no communication to our citizens about the developer maybe changing their mind, rumors about a new developer coming in, rumors about that any developer whatsoever wants further to cut down on restaurant and retail. I personally came across Downtown Superior website about 3 years ago, and the promises within were reiterated by the builder. So I bought a house in 2018. I don't know who's responsible for this website, but even today, and I checked it today, it continues to state, among other things, there will be 25 restaurants, 20 retail stores, and 250,000 square foot of retail, restaurants, and entertainment. Well, this website and the current residential builders selling homes as we speak in downtown continue to advertise with the mentioned numbers. I must say, though, by now it looks more like being false claims about something that was envisioned a few years ago, but it's not going to happen. As I said, many of us bought into this neighborhood because of the promises made. As a citizen who paid quite a bit of money for one of these homes, I would like to A, ask everyone who made these promises to actually keep them, and B, urge the Superior Town Board to do everything in their power to make this Main Street development happen in the form it was approved a year ago. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kuntz. And next we have Brad Walker. And anyone else that would like to make public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. And Brad Walker, you're on.
Brad, we can see you but not hear you.
How about now?
Go ahead.
Okay, good. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see everyone. My name is Brad Walker. I live in Superior, Colorado. I wanted to provide some comments about a particular agenda item tonight. First, let me say congratulations to the new incoming trustees, Paige Henson and Tim Howard. Good kudos to the both of you. You both ran good campaigns, and I'm looking forward to working with both of you in the future. It's my desire to work with both of you towards positive constructive changes in regards to the aviation community at Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. Please keep an open mind and understand this issue is dear to me, and I will vigorously defend the airport. That doesn't mean there can't be positive change, as there should be. But engaging in emotional attacks on the airport, which are baseless, will not be helpful and will engender ill will. I wish the honeymoon would last longer. I didn't really want to talk tonight, but you've got an agenda item. So congratulations again to the incoming trustees, and let's jump right in. On tonight's agenda, there's talk about an upcoming committee assignments. In particular, there's an appointment to the Airport Noise Roundtable. I've previously spoken to the board about this, but with the retirement of trustee Sandy Hammerly, it's worth mentioning again. I noticed that Mark Laces has shown interest in being assigned the representative to the roundtable. I would strongly urge the trustees to consider someone else on the board for this position. Mr. Laces has not shown himself to be fair or reasonable in his dealings with the aviation community. Previously, on October 14, 2019, Mr. Laces specifically mentioned the airplanes are, quote, old jalopy Cessnas in need of new technology like having a muffler. If Mr. Laces had taken any time to think about his comments, he would recognize the FAA has sole purview of airplane modifications and has never approved a muffler for an airplane. His comments were simply to endear himself emotionally to his constituents rather than from an educated point of view. Recently, Mr. Laces encouraged his board to support bringing up the concept of landing fees at Rocky Mountain Airport to reduce noise. I don't speak for the airport, but in my discussions with several aviation people, that is just simply not going to happen. First, a noise study would need to be performed, and that will require an expenditure of approximately $1 million, which this town will incur the cost of. Secondly, and more importantly, the Airport Noise Roundtable hasn't even held its first meeting. Yet here's Mr. Laces trying to advocate for a policy that clearly poisons the well. If Mr. Laces had spent a small fraction of his time trying to better understand aviation, this town would be better served by those efforts. Frankly, I'm surprised this board even entertained the idea, as it's clearly putting the cart before the horse. Lastly, Mark Laces is not respected by members of the aviation community, given his history of hostility towards the pilots and aviation at Rocky Mountain Metro. It does not reflect well on this board to have him appointed to the Noise Roundtable. It would send the wrong signal. And frankly, he's simply looking at this as an opportunity to pad his political resume. I would very strongly urge this board to consider someone who might be more balanced in their dealings with the aviation community. I think this is a good time for Paige Henson to get her feet wet. During the campaign, I found her to be more nuanced in her understanding of aviation matters. And I think this would be a good opportunity to learn about an issue that is important to different groups. It's a great opportunity for her to step up and shine, which I know she will. Nonetheless, please appoint someone other than Mark Laces to the Airport Noise Roundtable. Thank you for your time. Respectfully, Brad Walker.
All right, thank you, Brad, for your comments. And next we have Stacy Beeson. You're up, go ahead.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi, Mayor and trustees. I want to thank you guys for doing such a great job. We absolutely love where we live, and I think it's going in a great direction. We want to reiterate what our neighbor Reiner said. Our hope is that the FDP is respected and carried out to the letter as much as it possibly can. And if the new property owners come with variances, our hope is that you stand steady with the integrity of the original FDP. My concern is that with interest rates at a historical low, we're going to see more and more neighbors with for sale signs in front of their house, because we've been here for 3 years and we love it. There's a great view, but we're kind of itching, and we'd love to see some restaurants and retail downtown. Absolutely understand with the pandemic, unprecedented times where retail and restaurants have been hit so incredibly hard. But we believe that we have a huge population of high income, high discretionary income folks that absolutely, if they build it, we will come. We will come to get a taco, sushi, we will come get a beer. We will activate the heck out of the downtown. So our hope is that if any variances are requested, that you'll be thoughtful and go forward the way that we've seen you work in the past, which is being incredibly thoughtful and having the town's best interest at heart. So thanks so much for everything that you guys do and your service.
All right, thanks, Dylan and Stacy. Thank you. Any additional public comment? Anthony Harrigan, you're next.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're on.
Thank you very much. I also am a resident of downtown Superior. Also very happy with the move. We're ecstatic. We love the location. We actually did live in Superior a number of years ago, and we feel like we're back home. So glad to be here. I also think echo Reiner and his request and Dylan and Stacy's request that we try to stick to the FDP. So we do understand that the developer sold, I guess, to another developer. I'm just curious when and how any of that information will be communicated with us. And hopefully they're better at communicating the new one than the last one was. By the way, I suggested that the city include what's going on downtown in their very good updates that they put out weekly. But we see zero information about what's going on in this pretty significant development, nor do we hear anything from our own metro district. They're considered a quasi HOA, but unlike a traditional HOA, we get, again, zero communication. There's no newsletter. That would typically be helpful for us to know what's going on. And I'm guessing the majority of the non-downtown residents in Superior would kind of like to know what's going on as well, as they drive up and down McCaslin. They probably question what's happening. So I just appreciate a little communication. I'm not sure how to get that in there, but we're getting not a whole lot. Second note would be just a general comment of frustration with the builder Remington Homes down here. We have our own little WhatsApp group to communicate with downtown residents, and there's again a general negativity about Remington and the way they handle us as homeowners. I've got 1.1 million reasons for this downtown to succeed. So we do not want Remington to fail, but I don't think it's too much to expect that they respect their customers and engage, in a better role as corporate citizens down here. There's still a significant number of homes that they have to build. I don't think they're adding a whole lot of positivity and value down here. So I would like to just have you guys keep that in.
Okay, thank you, Anthony, for your comments. We've got one more hand raised in the, it's on the panelist side. Todd Bergeson, ProSec.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I was here if any questions came up during the Prost update. I'm the chair of ProStack. So just want to
Thank
let you know.
Thank you.
That's it.
Appreciate that. All right. Any additional public comment during our public comment segment? All right. I think we've reached the end of public comment, and we'll go on now to presentations. And this evening we have a Prost Master Plan update.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, the committee's been working with the consultant on their process and planning for the Master Plan update. Leslie, are you on the meeting?
Yes, I'm
Wanna
here.
Go ahead and introduce our consultant.
Yes, tonight we have Michael Svelts with Pros Consulting. He's going to provide a update on the master plan process for the new board members. They've been working with ProStack members, with the community. They had a community meeting, community survey. They've met with all the advisory groups and met with ProStack several times. And we are about 3/4 of the way through fact finding and information gathering for this. And Mike is just going to give an update of where we're at and what the next steps are.
Good evening, Superior. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I just wanted to kind of give you a brief update with regards to where we were at, though there will be a lot of information in this. So if you would like to hold the questions till the end, that's great. And then I can scroll back to any specific slide that you may have specific questions on. So tonight, really just three major topics: level of service, which is really about the amount of park acreage that you currently have and where you're going in your system based on current planned but undeveloped parks. How that level of service translates to accessibility and equity mapping. And then we'll run through the concept plans that have been developed in draft form for your comment. So level of service, there are a lot of different variables that go into determining your level of service to try and craft something that is unique to the town. We take into account all of these different variables from community need to financial sustainability, a lot of other guidelines and data sources, and whether or not you actually have the opportunity to develop new parkland within your 4 square miles. So this is your current level of service. We wanted to break your parks up into 3 different classifications. Parks, one of the drivers for determining parks can be acreage, but we're also very interested in the experiences provided at each one of these parks and who they are intended to serve. It's pretty simple to kind of understand neighborhood, community, regional. Neighborhood is a pretty tight circle. Community, in your case, means community-wide, and regional parks really start to draw people from outside of your community. Open space falls below what we would call where we make recommended level of service because it's simply based on opportunity. It's never something that we determine based on the number of people that live in your community. But when you look at it through the lens of your current level of service, you're at 7.4 acres per thousand for your developed parks, and then close to 56 acres per thousand for your open space. So how does this translate to need in the future? Simply, it's a matter of understanding that your population is going to grow a little bit. And we've taken into consideration all of the opportunities there, with regards to all of the variables that go into determining your level of service. We're recommending a slight overall increase from 7.4 to 7.65. And then you can kind of see the estimated need in acres based on each park classification. 8 for neighborhood, 15 for community, and 11 for regional, for a grand total of 35 acres. However, we need to take into consideration your current planned but not yet developed parks. And these are the 4 that you have currently kind of on the books. So Parks 1 and 2, Park 3, Town 15 site, and the Toll Brothers Park. How does this then affect your level of service? So when we add up your current inventory and your future but not yet planned inventory, you can see that as we move to the right, the 2035 standards before the development of planned parks and facilities, that is what I just showed you, the 8, 15, and 11. However, if you develop these planned but not yet developed parks in the next 15 years, you will pretty much satisfy all of your level of service standard needs. The lone exception is about 1 acre of parkland in terms of in the neighborhood park classification. So what does this look like when we look at it through the lens of equity mapping? So the methodology is simply an understanding of identifying the location of each of your parks and understanding the acreage associated with that. And then this is not necessarily about how the crow flies. This is about how those acres
Is that me that cut out?
No,
No,
we
I think
lost him.
Mike dropped.
Second, thank you.
Okay, and so shaded areas kind of indicate, the extent of the circles, and unshaded areas are what's outside of the circle areas.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm sorry. We lost your audio at the equity mapping methodology.
Can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the equity mapping methodology is simply we identify the location of the park, identify the acres associated with it, and then extend a circle until the population served by the recommended standard is reached. So you'll see shaded areas that have shaded circles, and that's the extent of the service area, and the unshaded areas is what is outside of the service area for each park. So what we've done is created 3 maps. Your neighborhood parks plus are all in the green, and the pink is your future but yet planned parks. You can see simply that you have great coverage and with regards to your neighborhood parks and its accessibility to your population. The areas that are primarily outside or of the shaded circles are open space areas where people are not living. Community parks, same exercise. Again,
Mike, we lost
great
your audio.
accessibility for a community that has almost 7.5 acres. Okay. Same exercise for regional parks, simply a matter of recognizing that you have good coverage with the exception of your open space areas. So that kind of covers level of service and equity mapping, and we wanted to kind of dive into the concept plans. So we're developing concept plans at the onset for your project. As we went through this, we identified locations that we would do concept plans for. The Town 15 site and the North Pool Park site. What we've also shown here is a level of service that's necessary to meet, with regards to amenities. And this kind of helps to drive some of the recommendations that you'll see in the concept plans. So one assumption that we need to make sure that everybody's clear on is that we are not looking at a concept plan for the South Pool Park site. We are making a recommendation initially to reinvest in that park and that pool instead of divesting of it or turning that location into something else. So there's three concepts for the North Pool Park site. One is an aquatic center that's a competitive in nature. A second is simply converting it to tennis. And the third is to convert the location something similar to your South Pool Park site, which is primarily just an aquatic facility. So this is what those three concepts look like. The first concept, again, is just an identification of an aquatic center and basically parking. This is really meant to suit and serve the competitive swimming needs. It is not meant to be recreational in nature. In terms of the tennis center, what we would do is we would remove the pool and we would add tennis and pickleball courts and of course add in kind of a restroom facility, pedestrian paths. And really this is about 3 new tennis courts at your North Pool Park site. And then lastly, this is the recreational pool concept. Again, very similar to the kind of pool that you have at South Pool Park, where we would remove all of the tennis courts, reconfigure the parking lot, and introduce a recreational swimming pool. The second site that we looked at is the Town 15 site, which is at the corner of McCaslin and Colton. The two concepts that we considered here was aquatic center, competitive, and a multi-purpose field along with other amenities. And then the second concept contemplates moving all of the tennis to Town 15 along with that multi-purpose athletic field. So this is kind of generally what it looks like with concept A, which is the aquatic center. A lot of parking, obviously, but the same amount of parking that we identified in the North Pool Park sites. So really, this is aquatic center and the multi-purpose field are kind of the two signature elements. And then you introduce other elements such as basketball courts, picnic shelters, playgrounds. It's important to recognize that we are including a pretty significant buffer of 30 to 40 feet between the developed areas of this park and the neighbors that are adjacent to it. And then the second concept for the community park is really just tennis and multi-purpose fields. Again, same buffer and including other recreational elements such as a splash pad, a playground, picnic shelter, dog park, and so on and so forth. So in summary, what we've kind of done is taken the concepts and grouped them into what we would call options. One of the things that we wanted to start with was not to reduce the number of pools that you have in your community, which is 2 right now, what exists at North Pool Park and what exists at South Pool Park. So the first option contemplates still having 2 pools. North Park is really indoor aquatic center, and Town 15 is your tennis and multi-purpose field. The option 2 is basically in reverse, where tennis is at the North Park. Town 15 then is what carries the indoor aquatic center. And then option 3 is 3 pools, 2 recreational pools, one at North Park, one at South Park, and then the indoor aquatic center at the multi-purpose field. One thing that we would have to contemplate is if we went with option 3 with 3 pools is we would probably have to swap out the multi-purpose field at Town 15 for tennis, simply because in this option, we have removed all of the tennis courts from North Park. So the next steps in our process are to provide for community comment on the concept plans after we present them to ProStack on Wednesday evening. So beginning Thursday, the 17th through January 13th, we will post the concept plans for comment on Shape Superior. And then we will continue to move forward with operational assessments, the connectivity analysis. which initially will be presented to ProStack on Wednesday evening of this week, and then move forward with capital improvement funding strategies and then the development of the plan. Any questions, concerns, comments, suggestions?
I have a few questions. Mike, thanks for presenting. I appreciate it. And I think this, it's great to get some context as to the work that's been going on for the past several months. I know we're all really excited to get to the end of this and see what we can implement to improve our town. Going up to the slide where you had your concept options and looking at your various concepts. When you talk about the outdoor rec pool up in the North Park area in, I'll say option 3 here. When you say similar to the South Park pool, are you insinuating that we're going to drop some of these lane lines, the lanes, and create a larger, more play area? Is that what the vision is here? And is that what that means?
Correct. Option 3 is to basically have a recreation pool where we're not really focused on lap lanes and competitive swimming or swim teams. That would then be that need would be met through the development of an indoor aquatic center at Town 15. So under option 3, you would have 3 pools. You would have 2 recreation pools, one at North and South Park, one at North Park, one at South Park, and then your competitive swim facility, the lanes that you just mentioned, would be at the Town 15 site.
Perfect. I appreciate that clarification. And I where I'm going with that question is an indoor aquatic center comes with a much heavier operations and maintenance price tag.
Yes.
So I would be interested in hearing maybe something with an option 4, and this would come to another concept in the pool area where we can somehow integrate lanes for laps and whatnot, as well as some swimming, play swimming. And I think that could certainly be accomplished. And when I look at your concept, I think it's concept C for the park area. Yes. So we're already going to have a splash pad that's been approved for construction in downtown Superior in our plaza area. I think having a splash pad down there is going to be important as a driver to activate that area. So adding another splash pad might not be the best use of that space. So if we can use that space to have both lanes for swim events and whatnot, as well as adding a play swim and pool area, I think we can accomplish a lot there by tweaking that concept a little bit. And I think we'd get some decent support from the residents with that adjustment. I would say the other thought and suggestion I would have, and I'm guessing you'll probably hear this from some of the ProStack folks when you see them on Wednesday, is that as we move forward with this process, obviously change is difficult, change is hard, and there's people who bought into our area knowing that they were living next to an amenity and that's important to them. So moving a pool or closing a pool, I think is something that we need to recognize will be incredibly difficult. So I would say as we move forward, let's use kind of the guiding principle of let's minimize those big changes when possible. That way we can keep those expectations set for the people who specifically bought next to an amenity and don't want to lose that. And then obviously I think it makes sense to try to capitalize on existing infrastructure, such as keeping something in the North Pool area rather than closing it completely. And then just something that I'd like an opinion on, or at least some type of discussion in the future, is we're talking about meeting our community needs, which is absolutely our number one priority here. But I'd love to hear if there's anything here we should be considering as a regional draw. I will say that I was on the wrong side of history when it comes to our first talking about pickleball, and I didn't vote for it initially, and I've been proven wrong. The pickleball courts have just been fantastic and a great addition. And where my head's going is, if we're looking at what to do with Town 15, should we be making an investment that can truly become a regional draw, whether it's pickleball or some other type of amenity or whatnot that will bring people into our town that we can also then leverage to encourage spending at our local businesses. So just some thoughts that I wanted to throw out there, but I truly appreciate the work you've done to date, as well as the work of ProStack and everyone else who's contributed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those comments, Ken. I agree with a lot of what you said. I think generally, from a starting point, anytime that we're talking about removing an existing amenity, you're going to have to give me a really good reason why we're going to even contemplate doing that, because that's going to be so disruptive to our community. I'm all about improving existing amenities, bringing new amenities to the community. But if we're talking about changing what a neighborhood has grown up with and has relied on for 20 to 25 years, all of a sudden relocating a very popular draw, whether it's the tennis courts or the pools, I mean that's going to be a really bitter pill to swallow for a lot. And when we're looking at the capital costs and we're talking about this is a $27 million to a $45 million project, I mean I just don't understand where the money's going to be coming from. And we previously talked about an indoor rec center, and when we purchased the Land Rover building, the 1500 Colton, that's a $3 million community center, and there was a big effort that we put in over the past 2-3 years, when we were talking at one point about potentially looking at putting an indoor rec center on the Town 15 parcel. We also looked at putting an indoor rec center as an add-on to the sports stable. And ultimately, these projects weren't feasible in large part because of the indoor aquatics and the price tag that kind of flows with all of that stuff. So I guess my general thought on this thing is I am generally opposed to doing anything that would remove the North Pool from its current location. I think the residents have relied on that and they love it, and it should stay there. So I wouldn't be supportive of doing something that would change that. I think that would just detrimentally affect the existing community in such a way that we would never be able to fix it. So I'm really concerned about that. I think we also need to be really cautious about how we're messaging out to the community. And I'm kind of interested in knowing, what is the process for community engagement? Are we doing, I know we've got the Shape Superior website, what is the mechanism that we're using to actually communicate to the community about that website, that's a place to go and learn about it? Are we emailing out to the community? Are we sending out postcards, posting on social media? Like what is the process going to be to actually engage with the community? Because this to me seems like such a potential situation where you're going to have like an outcry from the community where they think that all of a sudden there's a decision that is looming. And right now we're at the very beginning stages of the, just kind of brainstorming about, how could we potentially improve our amenities? And I just don't want to unnecessarily, swat the hornet's nest and get the community, outraged in thinking that the North Pole is going to be going away when we're just starting to have the conversation. And then my last comment, and then I'll turn it back over to the group, is, we haven't really had a conversation yet as a board. We've kind of preliminarily talked about it from time to time about what, if anything, we want to do with the Town 15. And the way that this is being proposed, it kind of sounds like we've already made a decision that we want to improve it, and we want to improve it for parks. And we might want to do that, but I just don't think that we've actually had that discussion. And maybe that discussion needs to flow from this, planning experiment that we're going through right now. But I'm cautious, and I'm concerned about, what the reaction is going to be from the community, because sometimes people jump to conclusions and they think that the board already has decided that we're going to be doing something when, we haven't actually had the conversation about it. And I just I'm wary of, potentially enraging the community and thinking that all of a sudden their beloved, North Pool and tennis courts and large, mature, grown trees are going to go away. So that's my thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. I am really concerned about whether we have the wherewithal from an economics perspective to actually pay for the capital costs associated with any of these options. But I do agree that I think that the North Pool needs a substantial investment in updating it, as does the South Pool.
Just to follow up on that, I agree with Mark, both in managing expectations and how this is communicated to the community, both in order to avoid, unnecessarily alarming people, but also to avoid potentially raising expectations too high, because as Mark mentioned, these projects are very expensive. And I just hope it's clear to folks that we don't currently, part of the project planning process is to figure out the funding stream for these type of projects, but that funding stream doesn't currently exist. It hasn't been set aside or allocated. So this isn't like, how are we going to spend, the $30 million we've set aside for this? Finding the money is also a part of this project. My other comment is a question that I'm curious to know. I know that there's no recommendations made around open space because it's a different type of amenity than the others. But I'm curious to know if you could put those numbers in context at all, if there's any benchmarks or anything that you could give in terms of the amount of open space we have, just to, again, not to make a recommendation, but just to put it into context for us.
Yeah, it's exceptionally hard to put open space into context because, you're a community that, I guess this is the best way to say it. You're a community that is a suburb, and you are 4 square miles. And for you to have almost 56 acres per 1,000 of open space conservation areas is excellent, is probably the best way to say it. We have not come across a community of your size, landmass wise, that has the amount of open space and conservation areas that you have. You are very blessed in that regard. Even one of the community members mentioned during public comment about the views, and it is an exceptional number. There are communities, I would say, 50 times your size that don't have the open space that you have.
Thank you for the presentation.
All right. Thank you. Any final comments from board members? We do
Yes.
need to get.
Can you all hear? Okay. So I just wanted to echo, I think, comments that a lot of board members made. I mean, I'm potentially supportive of putting new amenities on the Town 15, depending on exactly what those are, but I'm really not supportive of relocating the North Pool. I understand that it's aging and we might even need to potentially close it for a season in order to rebuild it, for example. As Paige points out, that costs a lot of money, but I'd be open to considering that. However, I'm really not supportive of moving an amenity when we have so many home values that are based on proximity to that amenity. To me, that's really similar to the decision that we made to block off Waldona. Some residents bought homes in that neighborhood with a promise that they would have access to 88th Street, and we closed that off. Our board often talks about unintended consequences, and I think if we took the North Pool away, or even if we relocated it to a different area, we'd probably be lowering the home values of the houses that are currently nearest to the pool. We'd potentially be raising the values of homes that are closer to the Town 15 or wherever we put another pool, which is great for those homes. But I just don't think that's fair to artificially shift value from one set of homes to another.
So just to, first, I'm supportive of pretty much all the comments that have been made by the other trustees. And back to Trustee Lacis's point, I think a real discussion around Town 15 and what it should be is important, because if we look longer term in terms of both sustainability goals and objectives and goals that OSAC may have, I'm not convinced at all that we need another build out set of amenities in Town 15, which is adjacent to Community Park. I do believe that many of our residents derive as much or more out of open space and trails going through those natural settings that don't require significant watering and energy needs. So I do think we have to put it in the context of sustainability and the overall desires of the entire community.
So I'm just going to add, since I've sat through Mike's presentations, I think this is the third one since I was at the last couple of ProStack meetings. I think PROS is doing a great job of trying to synthesize all this information. I think the challenge is, we want them to help us develop a master plan, and they're looking at a needs-based assessment given the forecasted population of this town and our current amenity rate. We have to add some more amenities, and then the question ultimately becomes, how do you plug those in? We know that our tennis courts are overwhelmed. We absolutely need more tennis courts. And as Ken alluded to, we already don't have enough pickleball courts. So PROS started with blank slate. How do they help us get there? And one of those options was to tear out the North Pool, put in more tennis courts, which ProStack pushed back on. I think the comments I heard from the board are very similar to what I heard at ProStack. But it's really a question of, do we want to add more amenities so that the service level to our community continues to be at the same level as it has in the past? Or do we just want more people to wait around to use the tennis and pickleball courts and other courts that we have, which is not terrible. It's just a very different town than what we've had. So, I give credit to Mike coming in here and putting something together. There's 15 acres of land at Town 15, obviously, that allows us to add those amenities to level out what we have to offer all our residents as we go up by 3,000 to 4,000 residents. If we don't want to do that, that's a different point. What I'm a little distressed by is the scenarios in here all include a covered pool, which I don't recall being a high level of focus for this board or ProStack in the past at all. I am more in the space of, I think one of the areas where ProStack came in on is let's just expand the North Pool, fix it, and then let's add more tennis courts somewhere around Town 15. If it's take those out at North Pool to add more space for the pool, and then add a larger tennis facility, I think that can work. I'm probably putting my own spin on what ProStack said, and I would appreciate if Todd came in and kind of slapped me around. That's just fine. But I think the point here is, PROS is here to help us put together a master plan. It's not going to be something that we can embrace in 1 or 2 years. Mark's absolutely right. We haven't made a decision with respect to Town 15, but as you think about the amenities that we have and what we want to have going forward, we do have to make a decision on where those will be. And I think we've given PROS, the green light to help us do that. And if it's not going to be Town 15, then we got to start thinking seriously about, do we just put this project on pause until we sort out what we want to do with Town 15?
Okay.
No slapping around required, Neil. I think you summarized that very well. And I guess I would just kind of caution everyone, this is a work in progress. And so, like everyone said, we don't want to swat the hornet's nest and get the citizens all riled up about what might happen. I think this is, I don't remember who said it, but this is the tip of the iceberg in terms of, making decisions and seeing what sticks and seeing what doesn't stick. And so as we go through the next couple of months, I think we're going to zero in on this, get public comment on it. And I don't think that any decisions are made, obviously, at this point at all. And so everyone needs to hear that loud and clear. I think that it's been helpful to hear the feedback from the board, because I think one of the things that we as ProStack don't necessarily know, and the folks putting the master plan together for us, is what is the appetite of Town 15 from the board's perspective? What is, what capital do we have to spend over the next 10 years for these things? And some of that would be really helpful to help bound this. And we don't really have that at this point. And so some of those questions are going to need to be answered in the time coming up. But I guess stay tuned. This is the state of where it's at right now, and we'll move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mike, for your presentation, and thanks to the board for comments. Look forward to certainly a continued discussion on this. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hey, Clint, we do have somebody has their hand raised up. I don't know if you wanted to entertain public comment.
Well, the previous public comment section should have covered presentations, but we can, if there was a misunderstanding in that, we can certainly, we can take that now. Chad Cheek, you want to go ahead with if you have a comment on the presentation?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a couple of comments on Town 15. Part of the magic of Town 15 is the views and the synergy between the trailhead and Colden Trail. One of the things that struck me, and I'm coming to this as both a citizen, a resident, a home buyer, but also a professional in the field. I've worked on festivals for 20 plus years, and I'm talking major festivals, Coachella, Electric Forest, Firefly. You guys did a concert area on Town 15. And I heard on the board meeting that you guys are looking for something that's a destination for the town, something that would supply the businesses, something that would feed the restaurants. I think a better use of that land is to preserve the nature for the bulk of the year, the views, not have the unintended consequence with the homeowners that have that landscape. However, be able to utilize the traffic flow off of Colden Trail, McCaslin, and do a Sunday in the Park jazz series, outdoor church services. There's not a church in town. Be able to use that as a natural venue of sorts. You would get a greater return on investment than what you have now without the infrastructure costs that you guys are looking at right now. As such, I would be willing to donate my time to help consult on that if you guys are interested. I've had several communications with OSTAC, ProStac over the last couple of days. We posted something on Friday about Town 15, throwing it out there for consideration.
Okay, Chad, thank you for your comments and your offer. Appreciate that. All right, let's move on now to the consent agenda, which is item number 3. We've got 3 items to vote on the consent, A, B, and C. We've pulled D, F, and G, and then 3E has been pulled off entirely. And point of clarification for Kendra, if you can just remind our new board members of, I know they should recuse on 3A since they were not members then. Are there other, should they just not vote on any of the consent or maybe just clarify that, please?
No, they can, it would just simply be the minutes, I believe.
Okay, 3A.
Yeah, exactly.
I also want to just clarify for the record, Clint, it's been my practice to recuse myself from any and all board agenda items that involve Rocky Mountain Fire District because my law firm that I work for represents the district. So I have recused myself from all things in the past. Because of the merger, we no longer represent the fire district, and I've already cleared it with Kendra that I don't need to recuse myself from voting on the consent agenda tonight, and I'll be back on fire district matters going forward.
Okay, thanks, Mark, for clarifying that. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. Second by Trustee Lish, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Folsom,
Yes.
Hinchin,
I'm recused. Or
Just
do you want me to vote on the remaining items?
Yes, you
Just
can vote on.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, sorry, you can vote on the remaining items, just the recused from the 3A.
Okay, thanks. Yes.
Howard,
Recuse from 3A, yes on the remainder.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis. All right, we'll cover 3D now, which is adoption of a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with Boulder County Sheriff's Office for dispatch services, consideration of an updated IGA with Sheriff's Office for dispatch services. And Ken, you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So in looking at this agreement, I don't necessarily have any objections to the intent of the agreement, nor that we should be paying our fair share. As I reviewed the documents this evening and leading up to this evening, I should say, I noted in the within the agreement in recitals section, bullet D, where it describes how we are selected to pay our fair share. It states that the town agrees to support the ongoing operational costs of the BCCC by annual appropriation and payment of services of service fees in accordance with the percentage of their calls for service in relation to the total calls for service received by the BCCC as agreed to in the annual service fee agreement, which is attached as Exhibit A. When I went to verify that the amount that we are scheduled to pay with this contract relates to our percentage of calls versus the total, and then therefore also the total costs, so I could calculate what our cost should be. None of those figures are included in here. It's not possible for me to verify that the amount that we are being asked to pay is accurate. It doesn't necessarily seem unreasonable to me, and I'm sure that there's been a lot of work that's been put into this, but in our duty and our position is approving contracts for this town, I don't have enough information to say that, yes, I'm approving something that's the right amount.
Hey, Trustee Glish, did you receive the email I sent this afternoon with the average annual calls of 6,877 out of a total 142,137 calls?
I see that we received an email at 3.
And then the cost per agency was just over 2.9 million, and our 4.84% of that is how our expense is calculated per the sheriff's office. And I think Sergeant Wilson on this as well, but the sheriff actually himself met with all these agencies a few years back. We were involved in those to come up with a fair calculation of what each government entity should pay as far as dispatch calls for their community. And I think this is a fair formula that they put together. And staff is confident and comfortable with the numbers that we receive from the sheriff's office each year, and comfortable in recommending this approval to the board.
And I will say I didn't have an opportunity to review the attachment that came in 2 hours before our meeting.
Yeah, and I apologize that I did not get that to you sooner.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item.
I'll go ahead and read the motion. Move to approve Town Superior Resolution Number R-81, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving an agreement with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office for dispatch services.
Second.
By Trustee Litch and second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. And roll call vote, please.
Lish,
No.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Hinchin,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Lasis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Motion passes. All right, we'll do 3F now, which is adoption of a resolution approving an assignment and assumption of contracts between Rocky Mountain Fire District and Mountain View Fire Protection District. And Ken, you pull this item as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So again, this should be a fairly quick one, but as stated in the staff memo, the town has a current IGA and ground lease with Rocky Mountain Fire for the property that Fire Station 5 is located on off of Indiana Street. And as part of the merger, Rocky Mountain Fire is requesting to assign the intergovernmental agreement and lease to Mountain View Fire. I did request some supplemental information and questions for town staff. In reviewing the IGA and prior documents that had been entered into between Rocky Mountain Fire and the town, the ground lease is for an amount of $1 per year. When obviously we're entering a new fire district right now, I don't necessarily have any concerns with this ground lease assuming that other municipalities within the district are providing the $1 per year or something commensurate for their ground leases, as we'd have parity across the district. But I do want to ensure we do have parity across the district, and not knowing if any of these other types of agreements exist, or if other municipalities have agreements to charge something similar to a market rate. I don't want us to in turn be using town resources or and land essentially that we could be charging market rates for, where others, if others are and we're not. So really, my objection here is that I have no idea what other agreements exist between the other municipalities that Mountain View serves. If there are similar agreements across the district, then I'm fine moving forward. But if other municipalities within the district do in fact charge market or other similar rates higher than $1 per year, then I'm not in favor of moving forward with this. So really, I just don't have enough information to be able to move forward with this right now.
But we're not talking about this is a good point, Ken, and thanks for bringing it up, but we're not talking about, entering into a new lease. These are assignments of existing contracts here. So I think it's a fair question, on a going forward basis. But I mean, like, what's the alternative here? Is try to evict the fire station resident, whether it's Rocky Mountain or Mountain View, because we don't like the deal that was struck previously. So I mean, I think it's a fair point, and it would be good to have that information. But in terms of just moving things along and having continuity of services, I think it's just important to just have the existing agreements assigned, and then let's have this discussion going forward.
So if I can just ask one question, this is probably of Kendra. Kendra, is the lease assignable in terms of the way we
Yes.
have our arrangement? It is. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And if I could respond to Mark's comments, I typically I would agree with you, but I mean, we're entering a new district, new policies, new everything. I think revisiting and looking at what has been entered into is a reasonable effect. And no, I'm not suggesting we evict or do anything that brash, but I think understanding what is a standard across the district we're entering into would be appropriate, and entering and assigning these leases right now without taking the time to have these discussions could put us in a unreasonable position if we do find out that we are providing some type of lease that others are not, that's favorable to the district.
I tend to agree with Ken. I mean, simply, there's no context here. And, this lease was struck in 1998, and we know about other agreements that were struck 20 plus years ago. It just would be helpful to have some context. I'm completely in support of assigning it to Mountain View. I just want to make sure that whatever, underlying assumptions are consistent with the other districts. And it probably is like a 3-second summary of like what North Metro pays for, their or other districts or whatever, what they pay for their land leases. And it's all probably the exact same document.
It probably isn't the same document because different deals are struck each time. I mean, for example, we got this building, right? So I won't say that everybody has the same deal, but I will also say this does need to happen before the end of the year. If it can't happen tonight, that creates very serious problems for our fire district. So I would suggest that if you want some follow-up information, that might come as a follow-up. But I think, as Mark said, this is an assignment of a lease that's still in play. We couldn't be renegotiating this right now with Rocky Mountain. So to renegotiate it with Mountain View at this point, it would not be helpful for their merger. They have told me this must happen tonight. So, or before the end of the year. I don't think you all want to have a special meeting to do this later. So I would suggest that maybe this information come as a follow-up.
Kendra, can you provide any context as to whether this is an agreement you've seen with any of your other clients that you represent?
The dollar, you mean the dollar lease amount? Yes. Yep. I mean, again, different context, but if the district's paying for the building that's located within the town, simply for the, I mean, not simply, but primarily for the town, to have a, you know, a quick response time and all these things, then that, and I don't know what the negotiation was back when. I wasn't here, like Matt said, he wasn't here, I wasn't here. This was before both of our time, but that was likely the negotiation at that point is, okay, you want to fire, you know, you want a building here, we'll put it here, but we need the land.
Kendra, do you happen to know when the expiration of the current lease is that's being assigned?
No, but I can look at it. It'll just take me a minute. I can find it, but it's gonna take me a bit.
Others have any comments while we're waiting on that?
Maybe it's a question of Matt, and I should have looked this up, but I guess I didn't. So Mountain View had a de-Gallagherization amendment on their ballot. We were not a party to that in spite of the merger going on in parallel. Did it pass?
It did. And the discussions I've had with them, they are trying to figure out, because the state's language was different than their language, so they're trying to figure out which which language they're supposed to go with. So my assumption is the state. But.
Yeah, the only other comment I would have for Ken and Neil is it seems like the economic benefit of this was baked into the merger to some degree. And if they had the right to do it, I don't know that we have any ability to get in the way of that.
It's a 99-year lease, by the way.
Okay.
My only, I suppose maybe some context from you, Kendra. We do have an ability to quote stand in the way. The agreement itself states that the district may not assign this ground lease in whole or in part, or sublease all or part of the premises, or permit all or part of the premises to be used or occupied by others without the town's prior written consent. So our consent is required for this to move forward.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd suggest that we someone put this to a motion. Let's vote on it and move on. Can someone read the motion, please?
Move to approve Town Superior Resolution Number R-83 Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving the assignment and assumption of contracts between Rocky Mountain Fire Protection District and Mountain View Fire Protection District.
Okay, motion by Trustee Lish.
Second.
Second by Trustee Howard. Roll call vote, please.
Folsom,
Yes.
Hanchen,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Laces,
Yes.
Lish,
No.
Shaw,
Yes.
Swazinski.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Motion passes. All right, our final item from the consent agenda is 3G. It's adoption of a resolution approving an amendment to the subdivision improvement agreement for the Morgan Ranch Main Street final development plan in downtown Superior. And Neil, you pulled this item?
Yeah, I did. And I'd actually like to hear from Ranch in terms of, why they want this. I would be the first to acknowledge that, COVID has created havoc on virtually every large construction project, but not all. And as far as I can tell, we're about 1 year behind right now, and you're asking for a 16-month extension. So I'd like to hear some of the context, the background. The ask also here is to change the phase 1 timeline, but not the phase 2. So there too, it'd be helpful to have some context.
Sure, and good evening to everyone, trustees. Great to see you. Thanks for having me. Congratulations to new trustees Howard and Hanchen. Welcome to the team. You're joining a great group of people. I have a lot of respect for everyone on the board, so I look forward to working with you on delivering the promise of downtown Superior. So on the SAA extension, the original SIA had a completion of all the phase 1 infrastructure due by the end of 2021, next year. That phase 1 is all of the right of way around the development blocks, which includes Marshall Road, Creekview Way, Gateway Drive south of Main Street, and Old Railway west of Marshall Road. It's just the streets. It doesn't include the plaza or the promenade or any of the in-tracks in the blocks, which are called phase 2. So we're just a little bit of an update for you. We're currently under contract, construction contract, and we're starting construction on everything north of Main Street, which includes all of those roads north of Main Street, as well as the 20-acre Parks 1 and 2 and Marshall Road Bridge. So that's under construction. We're expecting to complete that stuff by the end of 2021 as originally planned. The right-of-way south of Main Street, it's not really because of any delay due to COVID. It's more due to just better understanding of the construction schedules and permitting process for the different scopes of work, and working next to our partner developer on the vertical improvements for the Morgan Ranch project. And so we are anticipating the right-of-way south of Main Street to be complete by summer of 22, which will only be about 6 months behind the original plan target of end of 21. But that will likely exclude the very top lift of asphalt. So you'll have the roads built and everything, but the asphalt will be an inch or two low below the pans on the curbs, which, technically that final lift is part of the improvements. And so we can't say it's done until that's done. We wouldn't plan to do that asphalt and potentially some of the landscaping until the adjacent buildings are complete. And so that's what pushes the potential deadline out to April of 2023. Pat, we'd finish the roads basically in summer, be building the buildings next to them through the end of 22, and then finish the asphalt for the final lift and some of the landscaping in the beginning of 2023, which drives that April date that we're asking for. So really, it's just better coordination with vertical construction. As always, we don't want to, and Public Works likely wouldn't let us go put a top lift of asphalt in when we have tractors driving across the road every day to build apartments right next to it. So it's really just allowing for better construction logistics and avoiding that rework and damage.
And accordingly, to that schedule, there's no impact to the phase 2 then? If you're not doing the top lift, what I'm hearing is you don't need as much time as you're asking for, because everything's kind of continue to move, with the one exception being the top lift of the asphalt. And I think hopefully, I don't know where you were on the call, but we've got a number of current, or rather newer residents in downtown that have not been really enamored by the pace of development here.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm happy to respond to some of that. And I always appreciate the residents reaching out and concerns. If that's, I think Mr. Harrigan, if that's the same Anthony Harrigan, is actually one of our board members on district number 1. We have talked about the communication between the metro districts and the community at large pretty extensively for the last year or so. Our Metro District manager was quick to respond when I sent her a note after Mr. Harrigan's comments tonight that she requested updated email addresses from all of the residents in downtown Superior in November, about a month ago. She's been getting new emails every day, collecting emails on those. And she is going to start either quarterly or monthly newsletter for the Metro Districts starting in the new year. So we'll look forward to that, responding to providing more direct communication between the Metro District board and manager and the residents to try to make sure that everyone feels like they're being updated. On the Morgan Ranch project itself, the apartments and commercial that was approved in December, I'm contractually bound right now not to discuss anything directly related to that, so I can't really talk about it too much. I can tell you that we're putting immense effort into completing a deal directly relating to those improvements, those apartments, and that commercial space that was approved in December of last year. I'm not currently aware of any proposed amendments to that FDP. So all of that is really positive. I look forward to completing that deal so I can give you a more full update of real timing. But in general, it's all good news. We're seeing good direction, and given the pandemic that we've dealt with for the past year, I think it's all really good news, and I'm excited to see a lot of new vertical construction throughout the project over the next year to 2 years. Meanwhile, as you know, we're fully approved on FDPs for Planning Area 3, except for the Remington FDP you'll hear tonight. Toll Brothers continues to build through the southern part of the project, as well as Remington continues to deliver on Block 25. So, and we're going to be moving a lot of dirt and doing a lot of work in those parks over the next 6 months. So I think, you know, I appreciate the concern and then certainly the comments, and I think everyone's going to be satisfied with the pace of development moving forward.
All right, thanks, Bill. And I'll just say it from my perspective. I'm directionally in support of the phase 1 shift by 16 months because you didn't ask for a shift on phase 2. You know, so I think phase 2 is still sticking to the December 31st, 2023, and that's, you know, kind of line in the sand for now. So I think we're all waiting to see more start happening here, but directionally I'm in support of it, you know, given what you guys are going through and what the market's gone through.
Bill, can I
ask Bill, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I ask, is everybody signed off on the agreement as it is in the packet now?
Yes, the final version that I sent you the email on last night. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Sure.
So,
thank you.
Bill, can I ask you a question? Is there an urgency to approve this extension right now? Is there a timing dependency?
Yes, and it relates to the negotiations around the Morgan Ranch proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Any additional questions?
I'll just weigh in real quick. Bill, thanks for coming. Nice to see you. You know, I'm like Neil, directionally in support of this. You know, I view this in light of what we've been living through for the past, 9 months with COVID. You know, that was a wild card that, nobody saw coming and, could have, dramatically and detrimentally impacted, all residential commercial development, going forward. And the fact that we actually have, somebody who's going to be coming in, stepping into the shoes from Morgan Ranch now, moving forward with the FDP as approved and, has the wherewithal to do so, I think is actually a fantastic development. And I'm really looking forward to working with, Bill and Ranch Capital and Carmel and just everybody to actually get this going. And ultimately, when I look at like, what is our goal here? Our goal is, obviously we need to enforce the PD and the FDPs as written and approved, but we need to work with the developer to make sure that we have a successful downtown Superior. And I think approval of this SIA amendment is the path forward towards actually seeing downtown Superior completed, as quick as it can be. So I'm supportive of it. I think that the board should approve it, and we should continue working with the developer on progress on Main Street. I mean, that's what we heard from our residents tonight during public comment about their frustrations. And if we were to somehow throw a wrench in that right now by not moving forward on this, it's, why would we be doing that? I mean, we wouldn't be actually listening to, our residents who actually want to see progress being made on downtown Superior. So I'm going to vote yes, and I'm going to encourage everybody to do the same.
Hey, Bill, I did have a couple of questions. Can you clarify what the final changes were to the agreement that caused it to get in here at such a late hour?
Well, it's this has gone back and forth between 3 or 4 different parties for the last couple of weeks. Everything on this process is a very quick turn. So I will say, Kendra has been great and quick to turn things around on behalf of the town. So Kendra, thank you for working on that, even through the weekend. So there were some changes. Carmel proposed some things that needed to change, and it takes a couple of rounds on these things to go back and forth to get to a point that everybody's happy, and we reached that point I think late yesterday. So
Kendra, is there any changes that were made that we should be particularly interested in or concerned about that popped in at the end?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. Perfect. Bill, I see that closing is scheduled for, I think, what was it, January 14th? I would love to meet the new partners if once that does close, we come in and have an agended item where we could get a chance to meet the new people we're working with.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Perfect. And then just because you were given some updates across the entire downtown Superior area, I did hear some rumblings that the tracked age playground is on track to possibly start this year. Could you speak to that and whether that's accurate?
I actually don't have an update because Toll Brothers is responsible for building that park. RC Superior is responsible for funding up to $300,000 of it pursuant to the FDP approval. I don't have an update from Toll about the construction timing. So I really, honestly, you might know more than I do on construction timing when they're phasing that into their development schedule. I have seen some draft plans for it, and I know they've engaged ETJ Architecture, which I'm not sure if they've shared that with town staff or not yet, but it's I've seen it and we've gone back and forth on that. So I know they're working diligently, and it's a nice design with a lot of details. So they've been working hard on the design for it to enable construction to start sooner than later. That said, I really don't know any more than you do on the timing for that in terms of delivering ahead of their required.
I know ProStack is interested in view it and have some input on it. So, we'll get that to the committee as soon as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send Paul a note on that and see where that stands right now.
Great. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
Bill, if I could just ask one more question. And first, I want to apologize being the newbie here. This is my first time talking about this stuff. So just consider me like a mouthy adolescent. So, if I were looking at this from a somewhat of a skeptical or cynical view, what I would try and do is get relief on phase 1 timing and not bring up phase 2 until I get to that point at some point in the future. Okay, so are there any protections that are given to the town that we are going to stay on track for phase 2 after us basically giving away our opportunity to collect on the performance bond if we don't meet the timing for phase 1? And Kendra, if this is inappropriate.
I was going to say, Kendra's probably better to respond to your specific recourse. I'm happy to weigh in.
Yeah, the recourse is the same. If things aren't done on time, we can pull the performance guarantee.
Yeah, but effectively that's moved to the end of 2020, 2023.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, anyone have anything further? Or Neil, if you want to go ahead with the motion.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion. Move to approve Town of Superior Resolution R-84, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving an amendment to the subdivision improvement agreement with Carmel Partners Realty 7, LLC for the Morgan Ranch Main Street Final Development Plan in downtown Superior.
Okay, thanks. Motion by Trustee Shaw.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. Roll call vote, please.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwasinski,
Yes.
Bush,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Hinchin,
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes. And thanks again, Bill, for joining us.
Thank you. I'll be back later.
Great. Thank you. All right. We'll be on to item number 4, which is the appointment of a mayor pro tem. Matt.
Thanks, Mayor. So section 2250 of the Superior Municipal Code states that the Board of Trustees will select at its first meeting of the new board one of its members to be mayor pro tem. The mayor pro tem serves in the absence of the mayor or upon his or her inability to act or perform the mayor's duties. I would recommend, as we've done in the past, that trustees that are interested in serving in this role make that known in the beginning, and then the mayor can ask for a straw poll vote of those candidates in favor of or support of those trustees that have indicated their interest. And then if there's somebody who has majority support, a motion can be made to select that member.
Right, thanks.
Well, I'd like to throw my hat in the ring. It was an honor being served by the board in 2018 to serve as Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to continue to serve as Mayor Pro Tem. I feel like over the past 4 years, I've demonstrated that I'm a valuable member to the board and that I can get things done. And I'm really excited, looking forward to the next 2 years to see what this board can do. I know that this board now has a lot of different priorities, and I'm really looking forward to the actual process of going through the discussion at our upcoming retreat, where we can actually talk about our board priorities and goals, because I think it is actually shifting in a way that is going to be noticeably different from what we've done in the past. But we've got a really talented board. It's been an honor to serve with all of you. It continues to be an honor to serve with all of you, including our new members, Tim and Paige. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can accomplish together as a board. So thank you for considering me for this position, and I hope I can earn your vote.
All right, thanks, Mark. And others?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to throw my name in the hat as well. I'll say that Mark has done an absolutely admirable job as Mayor Pro Tem over the past 2 years, and he has added value to the board and has no doubt made us stronger in that role. And to that end, I think our operational goal as a board should be as strong and cohesive as possible, so that we can ultimately come to the best decisions for our residents that we can. And while Mark has done a fantastic job in that role and would no doubt continue to do a great job in that role, I think it's in the best interest of our board to diversify that skill set and rotate that position. By appointing a different person to this position, we will continue to increase the overall knowledge base and experience of the board as a whole. And I believe that if we're looking for candidates that would do strongly in that role, I think I fit that well. Just as Mark has had great experience here, I not only have had 2 years on the board, but I've also had I think roughly 8 years serving this town as a member of OSAC and the chair of OSAC prior to that. So nearly a decade with the town so far. I would say that we have very similar professional experiences. Mark is a lawyer, me as a CPA, and we bring unique and strong both experience and qualifications to this. Ultimately, I think either of us will do a great job in this role. We're both clearly dedicated public servants who will use their unique knowledge to help the town and elevate the town as best we can. So tonight, I guess what I'm asking the board is to urge you to take a step in the direction of strengthening us as a whole and to broaden this skill set and to put your vote towards me this evening.
All right, thanks, Ken. Are there other board members that would like to be considered for the position of Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, seeing none. At the suggestion of Matt, why don't we do a straw poll by wave like that? Let's go with those in support of Mark for position of Mayor Pro Tem. Just give a wave, and there's my wave. All right. I think that seals the deal. So thank you both for your interest in that position, and we'll continue with Mayor Pro Tem Lasis.
Do we
Right.
need a motion?
Pardon?
Do
We need a motion
for that?
Yes.
I'll move to appoint Mayor Mark Lasis to Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion by Trustee Lish and second by Trustee Skwarczynski. Roll call vote, please.
Howard,
Yes.
Hinton,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Squazitsky,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Lish, sorry,
Yes.
Lasis.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. And Ken, I appreciate everything that you do, and I think you would have made a fantastic choice as well. I mean, we can't go wrong here. So thanks
Oh, thanks,
for all
Mark.
that.
All right. Thanks, everyone. And we are at 5 minutes to 8. Would the board like to take a short break? We typically like to take a break around the 2-hour mark, and this would be the 2-hour mark. So let's take a quick recess, try to keep it at 5 minutes, and we'll be back here to continue around 8 o'clock. All right, looks like everyone's back, and let's go ahead and get started or restarted. We are on item number 5 on the agenda, review of representative and committee assignments. Matt?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So the board represents the town on a number of internal and external assignments with our own committees, and then like the Denver Regional Council of Governments, Colorado Municipal League, Consortium of Cities, those type of entities. Each year after the election, and we have a new board, we go through committee assignments and see who's willing to serve on what. Staff provided a list of preferences that I'd received from each of you, so thank you for sending that to me, as well as a list of each of the committees that we assign board members to, and kind of when they meet and what they're all about. So with that, I will open it up to the board, and we can do it however you'd like. We can go committee by committee if you'd like, or any other way. So
It seems like we've got some that have kind of already filled in, and so maybe we just touch on the ones that are kind of multiple people interested in it, and people could just kind of state their preferences, and we could just maybe do a little.
Yeah, I'm happy to go through the list of preferences. And
well, just quick thing. I don't know that we all filled it out the same way. I mean, I put down just like a narrow slice of what I thought I could manage, but I'm actually, I would be thrilled to be on a lot of these committees. I just didn't want to put my name on, 7 different committees and only shoot for one. I put it on like 1 or 2, but there's, like 5 others that I'd be happily, I'll take OSAC, for example, because I really, want to move on and potentially serve on Dr. Cog, which conflicts with ProStack. And that's why I put myself down as an alternate, but I would be happily, serving on OSAC. And I don't think Laura is physically capable of handling CAPS, ProStack, Silk, and OSAC. Maybe she is, but I think, I don't know that she filled it out or I filled it out both the same way.
Okay.
And I just wanted to offer that I don't have strong feelings about any of these committee assignments. So anything will be new and interesting for me. So I'm happy to go where I'm needed.
I wanted to just throw out a couple ideas before we started getting actually into the meat of the committee assignments. I circulated a spreadsheet that I know that at least some of you have taken a look at and maybe filled out. One of the things I was kind of hoping that we could be mindful of is to try to be equitable in terms of the division of labor. I think in the past, and not for any ill reason or anything like that, but I think that we've had situations where some board members have had a larger kind of workload in terms of committee assignments than others, and I think that we should just try to do our best to make sure that the total time that's being spent on committee assignments is spread as equally as possible. But to that end, one of the things that, I think it merits a discussion is, really the value that we're bringing to the committees that, at least the internal committees that we're serving on. So OSTAC, ProStack, CAPS, Historical Commission, Silk, ACES. Because if we're just attending these committees, and we're essentially just sitting there as passive, observers there to answer any questions if they come up. I don't know necessarily if we're delivering like the value that we should be delivering to the committees. And I don't think that the committees necessarily need to be, chaperoned by board members. So I brought it up in the past, the idea of doing away with the actual internal committee assignments, and or maybe we change it, because I think frankly the balance of this board has changed over time, where now we have a board that's comprised of mainly working professionals with young children, whereas 6, 8, 10 years ago, our board was filled with mainly retirees who didn't have young children, who weren't working, who had a lot more time on their hands to attend committee meetings. So I guess my question is, do we still think that we want to enforce a policy of, mandatory attendance by board members to advisory committee meetings on a monthly basis? Or do we want to maybe change that up and make it a quarterly thing, or only when requested? And also I like the idea of, potentially mixing it up and not necessarily having people, only be the OSAC representative or the PROSTAC representative. But I think that we could all kind of benefit from, periodically attending, different advisory committee meetings, getting to know our, committee volunteers if we, attended different meetings. So, before we started going through this process, I just wanted to take the board's temperature to see if there was any appetite towards maybe changing what our standing policy is on committee attendance, and whether that actually is something that makes sense or not.
Mark, I really like the conversation. And I think every election is worth having that conversation. And I can kind of speak, to a piece of that, having watched it, on the Louisville side. So I think Louisville has been I think the mayor typically will assign the city council members to committees. And then that way they get to mix it up, and it's kind of on a recurring or infrequent basis. They sort of get reassigned. But at the same time, they also withdrew their liaisons to the committees. And I mean, it was a full withdrawal, and I saw it on the Louisville Library. And I think it actually has been a bit of a disservice, because now the library chair and Sharon have to go and present to the city council on what's going on. So the committee ends up losing that connection to the board significantly, the city council. And I think your suggestion of, continuing to meet, but maybe on a less, frequent, less monthly, rather more maybe quarterly, helps to bridge that gap. Because I can definitely tell you, with the 1 year post the change in Louisville, the library, committee has not had anybody from city council attend. I think a lot of them are wondering, what is their role to play? I think what's great about Superior is we, as this board, have had a very tight relationship with our committees. I think our committees have been phenomenal, and they've been the stomping ground for a lot of current board members, or in the past. And I think providing that link ensures that we, as the board, get to see our community in action. And I would definitely not want to go in the space of let's just withdraw support of the committees entirely. But I do think that tweaking it a bit, rotating it, or maybe once or twice a quarter as opposed to all 3 times a quarter, might be a good way to kind of start mixing it up some more.
I appreciate the conversation as well, and I like those thoughts and ideas. I think another way to bridge the gap, and sounds like this might not have worked for Louisville, but I think if we choose not to assign specific liaisons, having quarterly presentations from each of the committees would be a great opportunity, not just for them to keep that connection, but honestly, it actually does them a bit more of a service, I think, as well. Because right now, like for ACE's example, I've been their liaison for 2 years. I can answer questions for them if they have are wondering, how do you think the board is going to digest this? How can I frame something? I can give them that answer. But I'm just one person. I'm not the full board. If they get in front of us 4 times a year, and if we stagger those presentations so that it's maybe just 1 or 2 a night rather than all at once, I think our schedule can digest that. But it actually gets them in front of a full board more often, so that we can give them better direction, and that they can actually give us better updates. And in theory, at least, we could actually have a more productive system. So I like this idea, and I'll be honest, I frankly agree with the reasoning too. We have a very different board structure these days than it used to be, and I know balancing two small children at home, it's not always easy to make these meetings work, no matter how much you want to attend all of them.
I guess my only hesitation is that I want us to continue to have respect for the work that the advisory committees do, and trust in the work that they do, and confidence, and then to take the recommendations, obviously, to consider them and make our own decisions, but to take those recommendations very seriously. And I think when there's a full-time board liaison to the committees, that person kind of becomes a de facto advocate for that committee to the board. So my only concern is in that without that advocate coming to like talk about that to the rest of the board, that then we lose momentum or lose some follow through on what the advisory committees are recommending to us. That's my only concern. I'm not saying that that would definitely happen, but that's my only concern about moving in that direction.
I think a good compromise, and not just compromise for the sake of compromise, but what would also work well is assigning a board liaison to each committee, but just removing that requirement that the liaison attend every meeting. I think we can leave it up to the committee to say, you know, this one, we'd really like your opinion on something. Can you be there for it? In other meetings, that may not be the case. I think right now, and I know our last board discussed this at length. You know, we talked about the fact that the liaisons are not supposed to participate in the meeting. They're not supposed to really provide input. They're only there to answer questions. And that's where we have very capable town staff that are in these meetings. I know half the times when I'm in the meeting, somebody asks a question, the town staff person, you know, says, oh, you know, I'll let Laura answer this one. And I'm like, you don't have to defer to me. Like, I know you know the answer. I don't need to be there for this. So I think it's more just about let's look at what there is a need for. Paige, you bring up a great point. I think there is a need for there to be an assigned trustee so that if the committee has a question and for whatever reason they're not yet ready to take it to the full board or they're intimidated to take it to the full board, they have someone who can be an advocate that they can bounce ideas off. But I don't think that that advocate needs to attend every meeting necessarily.
If I can just offer one comment, I'm sorry, Clint. An alternative to having a primary board liaison could be to have the current primary and the alternate just act as a team. And so that, you know, they basically together have responsibility for being an advocate for that specific committee. And they can work it out between them, participation and so forth. Because there are, you know, some of the things that these committees are dealing with, ACES, for example, or PROST or OSAC, these are all big issues that they're going to be bringing forward, and they're going to need multiple advocates. So my one thought might be to rethink the primary alternate way that we assign folks to the committees.
Yeah, I like that suggestion, Tim. And I also just wanted to comment on one of the things that Laura brought up, and this is probably better suited for a retreat topic, but I just vehemently disagree with the idea that if the board members are attending the meeting, that they shouldn't be participating in the meeting. I just think that that's a waste of time. Like our role is not to chaperone these advisory committees. They're capable of managing themselves, and if they have questions, we've got capable staff there as well. But I think that you know, if you've got an interest in a particular committee, whatever committee that committee is, that committee should benefit from your interest in that committee and your passion for it and your skill set and your knowledge base. And, you know, the idea that, you know, and I know we've had, you know, board members in the past who are, you know, very adamant about, you know, taking this position that, you know, we didn't want to interfere in the committee's work. I don't believe that that's happening. I think the committees are benefiting from additional insight and perspective and, you know, suggestions that board members should give. And I view it as like, our time is all worth something, right? And it's worth a lot, and we shouldn't be squandering it and wasting it by just showing up at a committee meeting and not participating. So, you know, I guess, you know, be that as that may, like, you know, maybe that's a discussion for a retreat, but I think if we're going to attend these committees, we should try to make our participation in those committee meetings as valuable as possible.
I completely agree with all of that, Mark. And I would definitely like us as a board to reconsider that. I just think it's important that in the past we have said that that's what we would do. And so that's what I have felt like I'm hamstrung into doing. So if we're going to change that, I think it's great. But you know, if our rule is we are not going to get involved, then I will follow that and I won't get involved. So let's change that.
I think the important thing is just that an individual trustee does not have the authority to speak on behalf of the board. And that's where I think the trouble can come in when the advisory committee thinks that they're getting direction from the entire board, but it's really just one trustee's opinion. That's why I think in general, I think we need to do a better job of giving board level direction, to Ken's earlier point, to every advisory committee, so that they have, and to the conversation earlier with the ProStack, so that they know what we collectively as a group want each committee to be doing. That reduces the danger of trustees participating.
And I think there's also a line that we don't necessarily want to cross. I don't know where that line is. I want us to add as much value as we possibly can to the committees and to the conversations to push us in the best possible direction we can. But to a point, if there's too much participation from that trustee who is assigned to a committee, it can be unintentionally overpowering. If there's a disagreement, if a trustee says this, I think this is what makes sense, I mean, that could push unintentionally some of the committee members not to bring forward their views in fear of frustrating somebody with higher power. I mean, it's not a equal relationship there. So it's important to at least stay cognizant of that. I mean, right now in the role that we play, the discussion is free flowing. It's everybody within those committees having the discussion, sharing their opinions, and they'll look at us for questions. And how do we do this? How can I make this idea happen? What makes the most sense? We can guide them there. But if I then step in and I say, I think this is a terrible idea, I might have squashed something completely that maybe the rest of the board thought was a good idea. Maybe it really was a good idea, and the committee still should run with it. But because I opened my mouth, the committee says, well, board member doesn't like it, so let's not move forward with it. And if they do move forward with it, maybe there's fear of having a bad relationship with me, and now I've soured that relationship. I mean, there's a lot of unintentional pitfalls here if we become too integrated into the committees.
Okay.
I tend to agree.
Good discussion. We do need to move on and get some of these assignments going. Neil, go ahead.
Well, if we want to move on, we move on. I mean, I guess I don't know why.
Well, we're an hour behind, and I think we can certainly bring this up at a retreat if we want, but for further discussion.
I think it matters though, before we can assign people to committees, that for everyone to understand what they're signing up for. I think that's crucial.
Yeah, and I think Tim's idea of kind of co-teaming these committees is a great idea, because one of the things it does is it ensures that the two liaisons are discussing it. They're tag teaming attendance, and then to the degree that you're potentially moving beyond just a potted plant into a participant, it's going to be a little bit muted because there's two of you. If the risk is that they're, I mean, not two at the same time, but one at a time, and then you're coordinating, and then one of you can't just come in and just steamroll the others, or the board. I mean, at the end of the day, I am a little concerned about letting a board member run rampant over the committees. I view this as a sort of, I don't like my boss showing up at every single one of my meetings, because then they become his meetings, and that's the risk we have. With our volunteers and our chairs and our vice chairs, if the board member starts advocating a specific position on a regular basis, it's no longer the committee anymore. It's the board members committee. But nonetheless, I mean, I don't disagree that we can table the discussion of the level of activity, but then we can talk more specifically about maybe tag teaming some of the committees.
Can I just jump in? No, I just, before we get too far down the road, the code requires, at least for your internal advisory committees, meaning OSAC, all of those, that there be one. Right now, we can change the code. So I'm not saying we can't have this discussion and change the code, but right now the code says one, not one more. So
okay.
I'm just throwing that out there.
One liaison.
One liaison, yes, exactly.
But does the code specify anything about attendance? I don't think so, right?
No, not at all. But it just, and those are just for the town's advisory committees. So I'm not talking about external committees, if you know what I'm saying. So that doesn't apply to Dr. Cog or any of the other things. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Now, if we wanted to go the opposite direction also and keep it more general, it's may appoint. We are not required to appoint. So
That's true. You don't have to appoint anyone, but it's limited to one.
Right. So my point being is maybe we don't even need to do this. If we want to have two people who primarily keep an eye on committees, and they're not necessarily appointments, but they help out. I think we can still move forward tonight with getting two people focused on two committees, but we just not appoint anybody as a permanent liaison.
Why do we not want to appoint a?
If we're going to do two people, my point was that we either can amend our code if we want to officially appoint two people, or we can just not appoint anybody, but say Trustee Lish and Trustee Shaw will focus on ProStack and be available for ProStack meetings and questions. I mean, just changing the language to make it work to help us get to a resolution tonight rather than having to consider changing our code and not coming to a conclusion. Trying to make this as easy as possible.
I think our primaries and our alternates have done a great job over the last couple of years of covering meetings, and even if both primary and alternate could not attend, then finding someone else to step in. I mean, I think that's the bottom line, is that we provide coverage and support to our committees and commissions when as we can. I think we've done a great job with that. So I'd like to just continue with the current structure unless we decide to change it later. But in order, I mean, just in the interest of moving forward, I'd like to at least get those spots filled just to fulfill that requirement, and then revisit it at a future date.
So if we do that, are we then saying that the primary or the alternate has to attend every meeting?
Well, the current, I mean, the way it's currently written, that attendance is not in there. So that's really, I think the expectation is if you're assigned to it, the idea is that you do attend, but if you can't attend, you get the alternate to attend. And if they can't attend, then you look for somebody else. So I don't think we need to make it any more.
I think we have a rule actually written about attendance, don't we? It may not be in the code, but I believe that it is like a policy of the board that has been adopted about attendance.
If that's the case, that may have existed before the code. Just for a little bit of history, the reason we put all this in the code was because there was so much confusion about advisory committees before. So, and again, I'm talking about internal town advisory committees. Those are separate than, external ones, but the code doesn't say anything. It just says to act as a communication link. Again, that only applies to town boards, committees, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, and I know we have a lot on the agenda. I trust each and every one of you to not abuse your position and to not just go and try to ram things down any advisory committee's throats. I don't think that Ken's going to go on to, ProStack meetings and all of a sudden we've got a Prost master plan that's not in line with the expectations of the board because it's all pickleball everywhere. So, I mean, I think that the point that I'm trying to make is that in order for us to deliver the most amount of value, I think that we should feel free to speak up and to give guidance and direction. And I am not concerned at all that any one of us is going to do that to such a degree that it's going to kind of skew the work plan or, do anything in a way that is, not consistent with, what the board is going to say and what the board expects. And, we're still going to see minutes of the meetings, and we can still watch the meetings if anybody has concerns, but I just want us to not waste our time and to get the most value out of that time.
At the risk of beating that dead horse, I mean, one thing I have noticed is some of our committees are very different in how they operate. And I think, I'm going to use SYLC for an example. I think Kevin Colon does a phenomenal job with SYLC, and that's very different than, the role that the trustees play on ProSAC or OSAC. And I think that's what creates some of the asymmetry in terms of the need to participate and attend some of these meetings, which creates a very goofy relationship when it comes to the workload. Historical Commission is another one that I think of where staff and the committee have a fantastic working relationship. But ProStack, OSAC, ACES, they're off kind of navigating new things where they do want direction from board members and they do need some direction. How we thread that needle given these committees, I don't know, but that sort of relative imbalance for where staff is able to help direct the committees really well versus where staff needs the board members to help direct the committees is very different committee to committee.
Okay. Anything further? Can we start going down the list? Matt, could you pull up start plugging some people into these lists?
Yeah, I'll start with the external committees. We had consortium cities. In the responses I got, trustees Lish and Henson expressed interest in this. Is there any others that are interested? And then if not, is there a preference on the primary and alternate?
I'm happy to be the alternate.
That works for me.
All right. For the Colorado Municipal League Policy Committee, we had Mayor Pro Tem Lasis as the only one indicating to serve on that. So unless there's someone else that is also interested.
Does anybody want to be an alternate on that?
I had been the alternate. I can do that as well, or someone else is welcome to jump into that spot.
Looks like Tim's interested.
Yeah, I'm open to be the alternate.
Okay, let's go with Tim.
Okay. The Denver Regional Council of Governments Board of Directors. I had interest from Trustees Shaw and Howard. Any other interest? And preference on primary and alternate.
Neil, if you'd like to be primary, I'm more than happy to be alternate.
That works great for me.
Okay. So we have the Louisville Library Board. Currently, the previous board had decided to have a board member as a representative. If that's the way this board would continue to like to proceed rather than a resident, I received interest from trustees Skwazinski and Henson.
Neil, what is your take on this from the past? I mean, do you think we ought to instead appoint a resident? If so, what I might suggest is that maybe Paige and I take it on for now and we look to identify a resident who might be interested. But I'd love your opinion on what you think is best.
You spoke my mind. I don't know that when we struck the agreement, the IGA with Louisville, and we sort of got a board seat, we comprehended the level of actual involvement that committee has, or that board has with the day-to-day operations of the library. It doesn't set the budget, it doesn't set staffing, it doesn't do what I would have envisioned, our role, as a town board member to have on that library. I think it would be really well served by a resident of our community. And I think we have to continue to up-level our conversation with Louisville about the library. Okay. And I think your suggestion around, start it with you and Paige, and then potentially, have a process to identify somebody is great. And just for reference, the Louisville Library is a well sought after board position within Louisville. They had something like 50 applicants for their board. So there is invariably a huge amount of demand within our community for this position. And I think it would be a great one.
Okay. And preference on primary?
I have no preference.
I'd love to do it.
Okay. Next is Mayor's Commissioners Coalition. This is usually served by the mayor and the mayor pro tem, as well as the Metro Mayor's Caucus. Would be the mayor and the mayor pro tem on those two. We have the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. I received interest from three three trustees, Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, trustees Lish and Howard.
The only comment I would make on this, I am more than happy for Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and Trustee Lish to continue on the great work they're doing there. So I can drop out of that unless one of you want to.
I mean, I'm happy continuing to serve on Rocky Flats. I like those meetings. It's been a trip. They're interesting. But I'm also I'm not necessarily wedded to it. So if Tim, if you wanted to take my place, that would be fine. It's totally up to you guys. I really don't feel strongly about this one.
That's similar to me as well. I'm happy to continue, but depending on how how the rest of these shake out, it's one that I can make usually with the timing. It's an 8:30 in the morning meeting. Was it 5 times a year, Mark? 6 times a year for a couple hours?
Usually 5. Yeah.
5 times a year. But I'm happy to give up my seat to you, Tim, if you're interested.
I think I've got 2 external on the alternate, so I'll pass on this. I'll leave this with you guys.
And then preference on primary.
Mark's done a great job. I'm more than happy to have him continue as the primary.
Okay. We have the new airport roundtable. Received interest from Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and trustees Shaw and Howard, and trustee Shaw listed as an alternate was his preference.
Yeah, this is the one that I really feel passionately about right now. So I would really like to be the town's representative on the airport roundtable. And I think Mr. Walker made a really compelling case as to why I should be the town's representative on the airport roundtable. So.
So just to chime in on this one, I'm also very interested. I would love the opportunity to serve as second chair to Mayor Pro Tem Lasis on this, because I do think at the end of the day, this is going to come down to negotiation and potentially playing a bit more hardball than we're often comfortable doing. And I'd love the opportunity to be part of the team. But I also think that Neil would do a fantastic job. So Neil, if you really want this, I'm more than happy to step aside.
No, by all means, I'm actually happy to scratch my name off here. I mean, the challenge of sort of submitting your sort of preferences into a black hole is you don't know how anyone else feels about anything. You kind of just, here, you figure it out. So I think the roundtable will be well served by Mark and Tim.
Thank you. Next is we have the Joint Issues Committee between Superior and Louisville. I received interest from 4 trustees: Skwarczynski, Lish, Henshin, and Howard.
And I'll go ahead and remove my name.
I'm going to remove mine.
Okay.
Matt, just a question. I mean, in 2019, we met, I think, 4 times. In 2020, I think we met once. Is there, and a lot of this is not driven by, an inability for Superior to commit to the time. I think it's just, there was a new mayor and just then COVID happened. Is there a desire to continue this on the Louisville side?
Yes. My last meeting with the manager over there, we had discussion about it, and they continue to have an interest in me if we do.
Then if Ken and Tim remove their names, that basically leaves an empty seat, and I'd be happy to take it.
Well, I'm sorry. I still have remaining Skwarczynski and Henshin.
Right, so it's a 3 seat. Or no, it's 2 seats. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll take my name off. I'm out.
And then we have Joint Issues Committee also with the Fire District, which will now be Mountain View Fire District. And Trustee Lish indicated interest, but I didn't receive a second.
Matt, have you had any indication as to whether Mountain View is interested in continuing with that committee?
I haven't, and that's something that I need to follow up with them on. So I will do that and get back to the board.
I would still think we should appoint some people tonight, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'm happy to help with that.
Okay. So that's what I have for outside committees. And then we have our two board committees, finance committee. I'll go to those since they're different than our advisory committees. And I received interest from 4 trustees, Shaw, Lish, Hinchin, and Howard. And this is a 3-member committee. Vice versa, for the Transportation Safety Committee, I received just interest from Trustee Shaw. So
I am going to put a dead-end street all over town.
Speed humps galore.
I'm happy to be an unofficial member of the Finance Committee since it's open to any. I mean, I can just attend if I'd like, so I'm happy for the other 3 to be the official members.
Okay.
Is there a reason it's limited to 3?
That's just how it was set up. And typically that's how we've set up these subcommittees. It's easier to, manage. It's not a majority of the board, so you don't have to worry about just, someone thinking decisions are being made by a majority of the board because there's only 3 there.
Hey, Paige, if you'd be interested in being kind of the 3rd named one, I can step off officially and I can join Neil on the Transportation and Safety Committee.
Okay, great.
And for what it's worth, on the Finance Committee, I don't think we've taken a vote on anything to date. I think we've had 3 meetings. We just dream up cool stuff for Paul to go do, but we haven't had to vote on anything yet.
yeah, we do our best to drive Paul crazy. So.
Anyone else interested in transportation safety?
I'm happy to step onto transportation safety as well. I did want to have a conversation about that. So I think right now, what was it? We were doing those bi-monthly. Just based off the volume of things, it looks like either A, we can move that to a more ad hoc and quarterly in nature. I mean, it seemed like we're seeing the number of requests for speed humps and traffic safety devices diminishing because obviously we've taken care of a lot of the low-hanging fruit that was around town. So I guess my question is, do we need to continue to meet that often?
From staff's perspective, we think quarterly works. And then if you need to have a special meeting for a certain item, we can always arrange those.
I think that's a great idea. I think, Laura, Kevin, and myself, we got a lot done in 2 years, and I think we actually hit a lot of things. I will caution you, I think a lot of the slowdown in the last 9 months is just because there aren't as many people driving around, and we're creating fewer conflicts because there's fewer people driving. A year from now, they may start changing, but I think at least for 2021, as we go into 2022, I think quarterly makes a lot of sense with the flexibility for an ad hoc.
Okay. And then we move to our advisory committees, starting with the Open Space Advisory Committee, received interest from Trustee Skwazinski. So unless somebody's interested in the alternate, I'll move on.
I would do the alternate unless somebody else wants it.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I'm a little confused on where we netted out with our discussion earlier we're saying the primary and the I know we're going primary and alternate. Are we saying that you would be required to go to every meeting, or where did we net out with that? And I ask this because right now it appears that I'm going to be on 4 of these town committees. It's important for me to understand what I'm signing up for.
So for what it's worth, if I was looking at if ProStack didn't conflict with Dr. Cog, I would keep going. I really enjoy ProStack, and I really enjoy, what ProStack is doing and what they've got on their plate for the next year between 1500 Colton Road and the Pros Master Plan. There's a ton of work there. So my reluctance there is because of conflicts, I can't be in two places at one time because I don't have a time machine. But the flip side is, if Laura is a primary, I would continue to want to interface with her to understand what's happening on a regular basis. And I don't doubt that I'll probably be watching the meetings online after the fact. But I don't know that Laura can physically do OSAC, ProStack, SYLC, and CAPS. So,
Laura, which of those are you most interested in?
I would say of those, CAPS and ProStack, I would pick as my top two.
and I would be happy to do primary on OSAC.
Okay, great.
Okay. And then for ProStack,
That was Laura.
So I'll do that one and Neil will be the alternate.
and then we have the Advisory Committee for Environmental Sustainability, interest from Ken, Paige, and Tim.
I want to see a fist fight here now.
Did we get an alternate for OSAC?
We did not, but
Because I'm happy to be the alternate for OSAC behind Neil.
And back to ACES.
I was just gonna say, I think if Ken wants to continue, he should.
So looking at this, I have now, so if I do ACES, I'll need to drop one of the other ones, looking at the schedule. I'm happy to continue ACES, but I am also happy to allow to have Tim or Paige pick that one up as well. And if I'm not the primary, I'm also more than happy to be the alternate to help step in and whatnot. And however we decide to, whether we're alternating nights or, sounds like we're going to have a longer discussion at our next retreat about this.
Yes.
Well, Paige, I am more than happy to be on ACES with Ken or with you, or I know it would be in great hands with you too. So I'm open to whatever variant makes the most sense.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking that I'd want to be on just seeing what's remaining and making sure that we have coverage of everything. Because I'm also happy to do Historical Commission, which I noticed that didn't have anyone. My work schedule allows me to do that. So I just also wanted to throw that out there that I can also do Historical Commission. I'm not sure if anyone else is interested in that, but I wouldn't want to do, add on more than one more committee for myself.
I will say Historical Commission is a fantastic committee. I'm just unable to meet during the daytime when they meet.
So preference for ACES primary and alternate, Ken or Tim?
So unless I drop something, I'm happy to do an alternate, but I won't do
Okay,
primary
Ken.
to drop something else.
Ken, I'll take primary and you take alternate. And then when we talk about this at the retreat, maybe that'll get morphed.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you. Historical Commission. So right now I have Paige as the primary, and if anyone's interested in the alternate.
I mean, Paige, one of the things Laura did last year was whenever there was a conflict, she'd shoot something out to all of us and see if anybody could jump in. So even if, like Laura, I can't consistently commit to that one, but if you send an email to the board, if you ever have a conflict, I think that's where hopefully someone's available to step in.
Okay, great. That sounds fine to me.
Okay. Superior Youth Leadership Council, I had interest from Laura for that one as well.
Laura, if you need a alternate, I'll help out with that.
Great, thanks, Tim.
And then for CAPS, I had interest from Laura, Paige, and Tim.
I'm going to drop that from that, Matt.
Okay. All right. Hey, Paige and Laura, do you have a preference on primary for that one?
I'm just trying to manage my number of committees.
Yeah, I hear you. Yep.
Because I'm now the primary person of, or like one of the main people on 4 things and an alternate on 2 things.
Yep.
So I'm not sure how that's stacking up for everyone else.
Well, the other thing we could do is, because I know time is there's a lot of these. And they meet monthly, all of them usually, except for a couple. We could just list the primary for our internal advisory committees, and then, like we do for the historical commission, if somebody is not able to make it, they can send out an email and just see if anybody can cover. And if not, staff is always at these meetings. So, if the primary is not able to make it, staff's going to be there and provide meeting notes to the board as soon as they're ready. So we could do that as well.
Okay,
and maybe we could take a look at the spreadsheet that was circulated previously, and we can just kind of look at the total number of hours, make sure that the estimates for the meeting hours are correct, because we don't want to have somebody with 10 hours and somebody else with 150 hours,
Yep.
Which is what it looks like it is right now. I'm re-looking at my commitments here.
So Laura, you're on that spreadsheet, you're listed as the host of First Fridays, which is like, gives you 24 hours right there.
Okay.
And
is that
First Fridays, we're gonna just change that to be the host of the board, and staff's always at those as well. But if typically there's at least 1 or 2 board members that can make those, but it doesn't commit anyone. If you're okay with that, that was staff's thought on it.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
I know, we're actually voting on this at the next meeting, right?
Right.
Okay, I'm happy to pencil myself in for CAPS, and then we can do some math on the back end and see if we need to reallocate.
What I'll do is I'll send this out, updated list to everyone, and we'll also, as Mayor Pro Tem suggested, provide updated meeting hour count with it, and if I get any feedback, you can send that out to me, and then when we look to approve the resolution on January 11th, we can make any changes we need to, if that works for everybody.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Okay, is that all of them?
That is it.
Okay, all right, good discussion. All right, let's go on now to item number 6, which is review of organizational issues, the 2021 calendar.
Thanks, Mayor. So previous several years, the board has decided to cancel some town board meeting dates and select dates for our quarterly work sessions for the upcoming year. Last year, the board decided to cancel the second board meeting in March, July, November, and December. These related to, of course, the holidays in November and December, and then a summer break, and then the school district spring break week. So based off of that, I provided recommendations for the upcoming year of the the same would be my recommendation if it works for the board, as well as moving the, no, we don't have a conflict of Memorial Day we did last year. And then I suggested some dates for our quarterly work sessions, which are either the first or third Monday of the months of February, April, July, and October. So everybody can get those on the calendar.
So my preference would be that we again cancel the second meeting in November and the second meeting in December, and then also preserve the summer holiday. So we cancel the second meeting in July, and then we also don't schedule a retreat for that Monday at the end of July. We could maybe move it earlier, but we just have like the end of July as available for people who are considering taking summer vacations. I think in light of COVID, people are going to need to travel if we can, and I'm cautiously optimistic that we will be able to. So that would be my preference. No retreat on Monday, July 19th, and then we cancel July 26th, November 22nd, and December 27th.
And do you have a preference on a spring break that's currently been penciled in the past?
I don't feel strongly about spring break. I kind of feel like a lot of that is up in the air still about with COVID. And, so I think we're still going to be meeting virtually, and we might not be traveling. So
I think for summer, I would have a preference that rather than canceling the July 26th meeting, I'd rather we cancel the July 12th, because that way it's closer to the 4th of July that we're getting a break. And I still agree with Mark on then moving the July 19th work session. Maybe we do that like the 2nd of August or something.
Okay, others' preference on July?
I think it's the same problem we have every year with June and July. We try to cram a lot into the summer, and then I think Mark is right. I think this summer everyone's going to, as soon as they can, they're going to start vanishing. So I'm in support of pushing the work session out of July, and then maybe reducing the number of meetings in July by one. I don't know which one's the right one to reduce it to, but then move the work session in August.
What would be the reason for canceling the second one in July rather than the first?
Oh, I'm not wed to either one, but I do acknowledge the fact that there will probably be more people wanting to travel. I do agree with you though, Laura, that the closer to the July 4th holiday is more likely to create more conflicts with people wanting to be on the road.
Yeah.
Pancakes, though. We got to be back here for pancakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say in full disclosure, I'm planning a vacation at the end of July, and so if we have a meeting, I probably won't be here. But I guess a lot of people like to travel at the end of July, and it's right before school starts, so that's kind of my thinking, whether it's the end of July or beginning of August. But I kind of like the idea of separating it from July 4th personally. But I'll defer to the board.
My preference would be later July, take off that one as well. It seems like the odds of being able to travel then versus the beginning there's just only going to get better as we go later in the summer, but that's just if I had to make a choice.
Yeah, I would suggest we just pick one, because we don't know what it's going to be like come June or July, and we may have to revisit this anyway. So,
Yeah, and I think to that end, that also brings up the question of, if we're traveling, can we participate? Would we still have the virtual option? Because there's nothing to say that even if, I don't know, Kendra, you might stop me on this one, but in my opinion, there's nothing to say that just because you're on vacation, you can't call in for a meeting.
So Yeah,
as a-
the general consensus on this is changing. So originally when we adopted the virtual meeting policy, it was all or nothing. And now that we're 9 months in, as it's definitely changing. So I think most municipal attorneys and local government attorneys are becoming more comfortable at saying yes, partial. But again, there's some practical issues. If they're land use hearings, it becomes a little bit more troublesome. On a regular basis, it's not a problem. But again, it's just a practical issue. So it's something we should talk about. Maybe if you want to talk about it at one of your retreats, that would be helpful. But I'm becoming more comfortable with it, and there's safety in numbers, and a lot of communities are now doing it. So,
well, just to be clear, Kendra, doesn't our current policy only allow for us to do it while we're in this state of emergency?
Correct, but because this has worked so well for 9 months for a lot of communities.
Right. We can talk about adding a new policy. I want to make sure.
Exactly. Yes, correct. But it would be a change in the current policy, but it is something that could happen.
Right.
And so I want to check right now, Kendra, and I realize I have my virtual background on. I am at my home in Superior right now. But if we were to have a land use meeting, at our next meeting, would we all need to be in Superior for the meeting? Okay.
No,
okay.
No, that's never the case. No.
Okay. Got it. Just checking.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there others? I mean, a couple of us have spoken on July.
My preference is to do the off on the second meeting in July. There's a higher likelihood, just because that's closer to my wife's birthday, that we would be traveling back to see her family during that time as well. So if there's one that fits better for me, it's taking that one off.
Paige.
So to Mark's point, that's fine by me, but I will likely miss the July 12th meeting.
Okay. Paige, preference.
I have no preference.
Okay. All right. Seems like we're a little bit leaning towards the second one in July, so let's take that off. I do think, I mean, Laura, to your point about, some attending and if we're back to in person by that point, and I really do want to explore this idea of having people be able to participate if they're away. I mean, my viewpoint on this has changed over the last couple of months as well. So I want to explore that as well. So I think that that could potentially resolve in people that do want to participate if they were out of town. That's I think we should look into how do we make that happen. All right, then in terms of spring break, do we want to take that off the calendar as well? Realizing that there probably will not be a spring break in the true sense of spring break, but
I am personally, I'm probably not going to be traveling, but the kids will be out of school, so we might want to go do something. And I think it kind of just sticks with what the board has had scheduled for the last few, I don't know, dozen years of just taking that second week in March off.
Yes. Okay, I support that as well.
I do as well.
Me too.
Okay. All right, Matt, are there any other questions for dates?
Nope. I think I have what I need. Thank you.
Okay.
Since this is a scheduled topic on our meeting schedules, I would like to at least bring up, since we are a new board, an interest in revisiting our meeting end time policy and having that added to a future meeting for consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, I echo that in that the conversation we had just a little while ago about the committees. And, I think we got rid of the work sessions and we've lost that link back to the committees. We hear from CAPS a lot, which is fantastic. I can't recall the last time we heard from ProStack on much of anything. OSEC has come into us to talk about Coyote Ridge, ACEs around the trash contract, but it'd be great to have them come in and present their work plans and have, obviously we're not doing dinners anymore, but those dinners those work sessions did provide a great opportunity to get to know the committee members beyond the chair or beyond the ones that, the liaisons get to know. So if we can try to find a way to squeeze some work sessions in again, I think it would be really valuable.
I've added those as for the topics for upcoming quarterly work session.
Great.
Do we have a date for the third quarter work session?
August 2nd is what I wrote down.
Okay. Okay, so calendar's pretty much set. If everyone wants to just plug all these dates in their calendars, and we'll proceed accordingly.
Well, I'll send out calendar invites.
I do have a conflict with August 2nd. That's
okay.
not one I'm going to be able to do.
We could also do the third Monday in August.
The 16th.
16th.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can do that one.
Okay.
Does anybody happen to know when school starts?
The 18th.
Will school start?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's starting.
No, I've actually, that's what I'm looking at. So BVSD calendar starts on Wednesday, the 18th.
Okay, we'll hold them to that. All right. Hope for the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on dates and calendars? All right. Let's move on to number 7, which is 1500 Colton building art.
Thanks, Mayor. Leslie Clark, our Parks, Recreation, Open Space Director, will introduce this item and the next item.
Hello, tonight we have our Cultural Arts and Events Supervisor, as well as 2 members of the CAPS committee here to present on ideas that they have for art in the 1500 Colton Road building, the community center. They're looking for some feedback on this from the board before they move forward. And I'll turn this over to Debbie Yates and Terry Whitaker, who are gonna walk through the presentation. Debbie and Terry, are you all queued up? If not, Dina, you can jump in.
I can't get the video to start.
We'll run it for you.
Can someone unmute Debbie for her? In case she's having trouble.
Okay, I'm unmuted, but I still don't have the picture. So, here we go. You just let me in. Awesome, thank you. All right. So hello, everyone. I'm Debbie Yates, and I am the Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Chair. And I know that Terry Whitaker is also on. She's the Vice Chair for Cultural Arts and Public Spaces. And congratulations to Trustee Lasis and Howard and Henson for taking time to volunteer for the town of Superior. We really appreciate your commitment to everything that you do. I thought I would be able to welcome our new trustee liaison, and I'm not sure if that is Paige or not. So
I think it
is me.
I get this feeling that maybe we've just like scared everybody off or something. Needless to say, thank you for including the cultural arts and public spaces as a part of your meeting tonight to review the Colton building and the Ormond Roche Trailhead. And the Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Advisory Group's process is to envision and create emerging arts, cultural spaces, inspired public spaces, and create opportunities to build community and to advise the board on these topics. And as a result of our mission statement, CAPS began evaluating the opportunities for art in the Colton building. And we probably met a year ago as a part of the original community engagement. We did at CAPS take the needs and desire surveys We have met with the architects early summer and basically met with their vision and feasibilities for art in the Colden building. We have had 3 subcommittee meetings to generate the ideas and pricing of our projects. And a couple of weeks ago, we toured in the Colton building and recommended 5 art projects for 2021 and would like for your consideration on these. We're looking for your input to move forward on these art projects. And as you are aware from the community engagement and survey, that there are 3 major design drivers. One of them is incorporating nature. The other one is encouraging exploration. And the third one, building our community. And the final design guidelines as a result of the community engagement was what the building would and would not look like, what it is and what it isn't. So we've actually followed these guidelines so that we're able to keep in step with what the community actually gave us feedback for this. And in the 5 projects, project number 1 is the entrance wall or the superior neon and mural. And if you look at the picture on the left, this vision actually is what you're seeing here is a vision from the architect of the Colton building. You are looking into the building from the entrance on the east wall or the Starbucks side, and you can see the spine going down the building there into the library entrance. And when this design was created by the architect, it does not have funding in the building costs for what you're seeing there. So that is just their vision, but it was not funded. And then on the right side, again, a little bit closer view in on what a potential superior neon sign and mural would look like on that entrance wall. The neon artist has been contacted, but we have not reached out to mural artists yet, which would be an RFQ. Interesting in this picture on the right, on the left of where you see that entrance wall is, you see that cement wall there. Basically, that is that wide hallway that's going down to the bathrooms and to the staff offices. And we are also hoping that this hall at some point in time can be used to showcase art. Project number 2 is basically looking at the entrance again. And what you see there, they are the dowels. The dowels, again, are not included in the building cost, but were recommended by the architect as, first of all, a visual interest, but also as a point of sound absorption for the building. And a possibility for those dowels would be a community art project, either at the opening or after the opening. And the dowels can also be painted in a, like some type of a pattern, and can be used as a fundraiser. Project number 3 is the concept following with nature is one of the design drivers, is a moss design wall. And here you have kind of 4 illustrations of that. The one in the upper left is basically just a graphic of the cafe wall, and the green is where the moss design would be. Under the floor plan for that, you can kind of see where the bar, the cafe will be. That moss wall design is above that. You see it in the green there. And the wall needed to be kept high so that people are not touching it or picking at it and that kind of stuff. And so our thought was to put that above the cafe, and you kind of see a couple examples in the middle there of a restaurant with the moss walls above it. And along with keeping with the idea of nature, it also helps with sound absorption. And those different types of moss can also be used with branches and rocks and that type of thing for the art design. Next page on project number 4.
Debbie, just a quick question on the moss walls, because it wasn't clear to me. Is this living moss, or is this sort of like, I guess, for lack of a better term, petrified moss?
It is preserved. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that just to add on to a question there, Are there any practical considerations? I mean, if it's preserved, I assume there's no long-term maintenance concerns. We don't have to add in anything for water or anything of that nature.
Correct. And that's one of the advantages of having the preserved preserved moss wall is you don't have to worry about water and drainage and harvesting it and keeping it neat, that type of thing. But the company that we've been working with, Rocky Mountain Living Walls, does a lot of commercial buildings and have worked actually with Oz Architecture. And they are bringing 3 proposals to the CAPS committee in January. So that should kind of give a little bit more of an idea of how it works. Any other questions on that?
Thanks,
Okay.
Debbie.
Debbie?
Yes.
Debbie, is there a potential one of their proposals could actually be a living wall?
Yes, it could. The downside of living walls is they're much more expensive because, again, you're having to have the water, the water for the plants, and you have to have the drainage for it. And then you just basically have to maintain the plants. You don't have to do that with this.
Understood.
So in a perfect world, yes, you'd have that actual living wall, but it's just really expensive to have that. And I can follow up with you and let you know kind of what the price difference is. We've actually met with the designer from Rocky Mountain Living Walls a couple times already, and she has some great ideas. So I can follow up on that with you, and Dina can jump in also, but we can email you any of those details.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, project number 4 is to actually repurpose what we did with our Superior snapshots. Some options would be taking it, incorporating it as a wallpaper in kind of one of the, as you see on the left side, one of the cubby holes. Or they could be in gallery style grid, or they could also be prints on a scroll. One of the things we've really tried to do and are focusing on is taking something like the Superior snapshots, repurposing it and use it in another place and in a different way, to basically just be more frugal. Project number 5. And this is going to be the largest and the most costly art design piece at this point in time. And this mural wall is not included in the building cost. So even though the architectural renderings, like that picture on the left, does show a mural wall, it's not included, in what the building will cost. And that also that picture on the left, it's not accurate really anymore, because if you look to the right, that is a picture that we took 2 weeks ago when we met with the architects on the tour. And the interesting thing about that south mural wall is that it's going to have 4 windows. If you look at that picture of the actual wall, it has 4 windows, a door, and all that piping across it. So if you choose to go down that route, which was kind of the architect's rendering, then you're going to have to keep that in mind when a mural artist is chosen. And then right at the bottom is just an example of potential mural ideas. And thought number 6, or project number 6, which kind of ties in with everything else, is CAPS had already voted to purchase where art hanging and panel systems. That's what you're seeing here. And when you're looking down the hallway, this is the top picture on the left, is that wide hallway under construction. And conceptually, what we were thinking is you could use those hanging wall systems to rotate and curate different art displays. Now, if you were to do that, that's the wall that goes down to the bathrooms and to the offices at the end. You would need to have some kind of can lighting or some type of track lighting to obviously highlight the art. So that, something to kind of keep in mind, although I know that Dina has done some pricing on this and it's fairly reasonable actually. And one of the things on that wall, by the way, and in the office meeting rooms, is Dina, in the negotiation with the 4 artists that are doing the original bus shelter, the remaining 4 original bus shelter artworks, they have agreed, which is pretty cool actually, and have already finished painting large 4x4 foot, 3x4 foot canvas wall paintings that we can use to hang here, for instance, down that hallway. We can use to hang them in the meeting rooms. We can put them at town hall or whatever. But in that concept of trying to be really frugal and good stewards of the town's money, repurposing that art. So, that's kind of a cool concept. And we've already have done that with the Superior Snapshots and the original art for the bus shelters. Okay, next page on budget recommendations. And I know you've gone through the pricing of these different items for the rest of this year and into next year. And the two biggest, we've taken the Moss Living Wall actually and split it into a down payment basically this year and finishing the cost when the building is open. Obviously, you can't put in the moss wall design until the building is done. And the same thing with the mural. You could get in, and Dina maybe could jump in on this, but I think that the mural artist, in talking with the architect and the builder, the contractor, might be able to get the mural up and running a little bit beforehand, with the idea that when you had the grand opening, whenever that might be, you do have that stunning mural on the south wall of the building. Okay, final page. What questions, what things would you like to see? What ideas? How would you like to go forward with this?
Debbie, I really appreciate you guys coming in. I think this is kind of fantastic because it is a community building and Caps is leading the charge on the art. And we all kind of have different ideas on what it could look like. I got a question for you on the south wall mural page 8. Okay. When I was last in I think I was in the building about a month ago, and the thing that really struck out to me were the staircases on the right-hand side. You kind of have them in the edge of your pictures, the risers.
Yes.
Because, as you're standing at the food trucks, looking back into the building, the thing that you see are those risers. And the thought, and I can't remember who all was on the tour with me, the thought was, could we do something with those risers, the vertical surfaces of those staircases, make it like, sort of an elevated, I'm not an artist, like a mural of some sort as well.
Gina, I don't know if you want to chime in here. One of the things actually for tonight's presentation, we have, as we always do, I'm sure you guys realize this, we have a lot of ideas for different things that we can, as time goes on, add in. Okay. Those risers, which basically is kind of a performing arts and area, it might be lectures, whatever that might look like. We did have some ideas of even mosaics on the stair risers, murals on the stair risers. There's a lot of amazing art that actually are used on stairs. So yes, that is actually our 2-year, 3-year out thought on that, because those risers do need something. It's a focal point of the building.
Yeah.
That and that south wall. And we also, by the way, have left off of the presentation tonight for future, what we call it the bulkhead wall. That's another really big wall that we have some kind of great ideas for. So we will keep bringing these ideas to you. But other than your comment about the risers,
no, and I think the thing that struck out to me, and for anyone who's ever been to Rio de Janeiro, there's a famous steps in Rio, the mosaic steps, and that's the thing that, like, hey, that would look amazing. But I think you said something, Debbie, that I got to remind myself. This building is not going to be done the day it opens. We're going to continue to evolve and add more art over time. And I think as long as I have that in my head, I think that's great. The other thing that I wanted to add before I let my colleagues talk is one of the things that I think is great at Superior Elementary. Every kid that graduates 5th grade makes a little mosaic tile and it goes on the building. And they've been there for the last 20 years. They keep adding on to it. And I think about this building, 1500 Colton, as being the community building. And how do we get the community, who may not all be artists, how do we get them able to contribute something on a wall that continues to grow as a building, as a community grows? Just walk around SES and you'll see those tiles. My kids still remember where theirs are. And I think it's that sort of connection that we continue to have to that school because of those tiles. So if you can find a way to incorporate that sometime in the future, I think that would be great as well, because I love the art, and I would just continue to want to see some community involvement with putting the art on the walls, like whether it's a community artist or a community mural, those types of things I think will resonate and really help with this building over time. Otherwise, great job. I really appreciate you guys coming in.
So my head went
questions?
my head went in the same place Neil's did, but I think I went in a slightly different direction. I love the superior snapshots idea, and in my mind, that's something that can be living, and we continue to rotate that out. So if we're getting just kind of updates to that, if we're gathering photos from our various events, I mean, it's one of those that it's a living history of what's going on in Superior, and that's also a way. Assuming there's some way to identify who the people are in the photos, that they can be a part of it. Hey, you're in our community center for 3 months, 6 months, however long it might be, and then here's your photo after it once it gets rotated back out. I think that'd be a great way to help build it. So whether that's what you incorporate or not, I still love the idea of the superior snapshots. I also love the idea of the dowel project. I think using that as a way to get the community involved, whether that's a project that kids and families can participate in when we have a grand opening, and however that would work. I mean, I think that's something that would build excitement and a sense of well-being and commitment to the actual space itself. But I am all for everything that you all presented. My only ask would be next time I would love to hear what didn't make the cut as well. Just if you guys do have those, and it sounds like you do have the idea.
We do have those.
I would just love to see that, and if there's ever a comment that would be useful from us to say, your idea for year 2 would actually be great in year 1 or something like that. I'd love to be able to help provide feedback in that regard. But great job.
So you're kind of thinking almost, I mean, what we've shown you here is really just getting us almost to next May. And you're right, we have a lot of really very cool ideas. Unfortunately, it just takes money. So we all know that.
Love to find more for you.
But that's why we were thinking the dowels, not only would it be a community project, but it could be a fundraiser too. You buy a dowel for $50, for instance, your family paints, and it will always be there and stored or whatever. And the same thing with the mosaic or whatever it is on the risers. That might not be a fundraiser, but then it is doing that community, that community involvement all along the way. So, okay, what other ideas and suggestions do you have?
Debbie, one of the things that I really liked about this, I know it wasn't necessarily a big budget item, but the art hanging systems and some of the temporary capabilities you have there, I think that builds a real flexibility in the future to attract other artists to use this as a venue. And I think if we think about future programmatic capabilities here, the ability for us to attract artists, not necessarily commission all the art, but be a venue that they can leverage would be a great potential use of 1500 Colton. So fantastic job.
Thank you. Other ideas?
I really like that suggestion from Tim, Debbie. The idea to have rotating displays of painters, photographers, sculptors, to have it being a living, breathing, evolving space is, I think, a great one. But generally speaking, I love everything that you guys are doing. You guys continue to go above and beyond, and just the presentation, it looks great. I recognize that there's not necessarily funding for a lot of these things, but the idea of the mural is a fantastic one. I like the dowels. I like it all. I mean, it's really fantastic, and I think we just need to really prioritize investing in art in our community, not just at 1500 Colton, but just in general. I mean, I think that that's one of the great things that CAPS has been able to do to really help, kind of bring some identity to the town, when before that we were just a bedroom, suburban community, and now we actually have, world-class artists making public art in the middle of our town. And I think we should just continue to prioritize that. I think we will not regret those those expenditures.
Well, and keeping in the piece of art that's going in, I believe on Thursday on Main Street downtown by a sports table is just, again, just stunning. It's like 12 feet tall. And, you know, all those things coming in, the bus shelters, the Grasso light display, for instance, just when that is up and running, when people can actually go and it's interactive and stuff like that. We can't do that yet, but that will happen. So yes, it's exciting. And there's a lot of very fun stuff that we can do. Any other comments for the Colton building?
I love the ideas you brought forward. I just wanted to say thanks. And also, I know you guys are doing so much work that's not even visible to us, like the work that you're doing to make sure that the bronzes are maintained and preserved. So I'm really excited to also see the bronze statues around town kind of restored to a better condition, and just appreciate all the work that your committee is doing.
Awesome, thank you. And keep letting us know what you want to see, what you like, what you don't like. And actually, when you had this whole discussion about the advisory committee liaisons, you as trustees are on the front lines hearing what everybody wants to see and how they experience all these community activities. So we love to hear what you're hearing out there. And, you know, if you see a different direction you want us to go or something you think you've seen and looks interesting, you know, please let us know, because we really welcome those ideas. Terry, Dean, anything else you want to add on the Colton building?
Laura, did you have comments you want to make?
I was just going to echo the comments of everybody else and just really say fantastic job. I'm so excited about all the ideas that you've put forward. I think they're going to put our community center on the map. They're going to make it really unique, and they're going to make it a place everyone's proud to go.
Thank you. That's what we're going for here.
Yeah, Debbie,
Okay.
Terry, and Dina, thank you for the presentation. Great work, and keep up.
I'm going to turn this over to Terry, because you get to also look at something really cool, which is the very extensive committee work on the Ormond Roche Trailhead art. So Terry Whitaker, why don't you take over on that?
Okay, so with that, we'll transition now to agenda item 8, which is adoption of a resolution approving an agreement with Flocus for public art service at Ormond Roach Trailhead. Terry.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we're running so late this evening. The Ormond Roach Trailhead was an interesting combination, because we used volunteers from OSAC and PROSAC as well to help us make the decision that we came up with for the artist on this design. We had over 150 people who applied to do this piece for us. And we narrowed it down after 4 meetings, I think, with the various subcommittee members to 2 artists. And then they came out, checked out the site, and came up with the proposals that they submitted to us. And everybody that was on the subcommittee from all of the committees for the town voted on who they wanted of those, and what we came up with, and CAPS verified that this is the one that we wanted, is This Must Be the Place by Joshua Wiener, who's from Boulder. And by the way, he is on the line if there are questions that you have that are technical or creative in nature. And like I said, we thought this was so different and so interesting. It sort of links the triptych, potentially even the things that are going on Rogers Farm with the trailhead. Joshua is, as I said, an artist from Boulder, and he has run and ridden his bike through the trail. And so he's very familiar with this area. And this was just something that spoke to all of us on the committee. And we're hoping that you will find it as interesting as we did, and that you will approve the purchase of this. Dina, we also have a brief video if you would like to see that. I think it's like 27 seconds long or something like that. Dina, would you run that for us, please?
Sure, if everybody'd like to see that, it'll take maybe 30 seconds. Does that work?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. How do I just, should I just log into share? Okay, I'll click the share button. Share, here we go. Screen. Oh, there's my, there's some paperwork. Hold on a moment. Here's some more paperwork. I thought I had it open. Oh, I have two screens open. My apologies. There's no sound. Oh, sorry. I'm going to open up the second video. This one's just 10 seconds. There you go.
Questions, comments?
I'll open with a question that I think, Dina, your first video may have given me my answer to it. I was a little bit unclear from the proposal if the crusher path was meant to be walked on or if it was meant to be kind of, this is art, don't walk on it, stay away, preserve it. And it appeared from your first video that there were people walking on it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Great.
Yeah,
Also like the
it's
idea that
integral to the design.
Okay.
Chuck walk
That
in
was a
among
really
circles.
Overall, I mean, I really I love the concept. I love how you thought about, not blocking the view, but kind of drawing people into them. And I think that this installation does that really well. My only concern was that if you didn't want the crusher path walked on, that I was thinking it was very inviting and most people probably would walk on it. But as long as you're planning for that, I think we're in great shape.
Can I ask for clarification? Is the actual construction of the crusher pine path included in this?
I
Yes,
think
it
so.
is. Yeah, the artist will be building it himself, and we've already done a site visit out there with our parks crew and Leslie to go over some logistics, and it seems to be logistically feasible, and we just have to work out some of the other requirements of the artist once a contract would be signed.
Gotcha. And then a couple of other questions, just trying to get to make sure I understand what the art as well as I can. So I assume the concrete footings that'll be underground make it so the rings will be sturdy enough and strong enough to withstand the strong gusts of winds that come through there. And as the video showed, people actually interacting with the rings.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. All of our sculptures are designed to withstand a certain speed of wind and Colorado weather. And the artist will be working with an engineer, structural engineer, to stamp the drawings.
Great. And I saw that in the contract, essentially our warranty date or warranty time is roughly a period of 3 years. What's the actual expected life of this art? Is this going to be nice art for 10, 20, 30 years? I mean, what are we expecting as far as the lifetime of this?
It is a permanent artwork long-term. This could be here 20 years potentially. I say potentially because who knows if the space use could change, or down the road there are just some other priorities that take over that we may want to move or remove it. But the longevity of the sculpture itself will be decades.
That's fantastic. I think it's a really cool piece of art, and I think it does play well with the Zephyr and Triptych, and it's very complimentary. And I think it is going to lead people to go visit the trailhead that much more and interact with the open space. It's really excited. One question for our attorney, Kendra, I noticed that the site that was identified in the RFQ is different than the site that is included in our agreement tonight. Do we have any concerns from a contracting process standpoint or liability issue with that change?
No, I don't see any.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate everything that you guys have done tonight, and especially the interactions and collaboration with the other committees. I think everyone putting their heads together is just, this is exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think now we're going to need to change the Facebook group to the 00027 because we'll just have so many. No, I really like it. I do think that it does harken to the Zephyr and Triptych, with that kind of, with the O's. At first I looked at it and I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And then I was just like, oh, do I like it? Do I not like it? But that's exactly what I want, like the art to do. And, I like I said before, like I think the more art we have, the better. And one of the things that I've really been kind of like harping on for a while is the ability for us to have like an identifiable, Superior specific kind of focal point where people would stop and want to take pictures, and just like something that's really identifiable and really Superior. And I think that we've been doing that with everything from the Zephyr and Triptych to even like the Welcome to Superior landmark signs. Like they're so unique and artistic, and I think that this is now just another one. So I think that this is great. I'm actually pleasantly surprised at the price. I hope that the artist can actually deliver everything that he's agreeing to deliver for that price. But yeah, I think this is great. Keep at it. This is going to be a really interesting thing. When I was looking at that video that Dina played, it kind of looked like I don't know if it was just the way the video looked, but like as you're driving up McCaslin, is it going to look like the rings are kind of rolling down the hill? I mean, it's gonna be really cool. So I think it's going to be fantastic. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. We really like the idea that it does provide motion. It does provide a great place for selfies, and it does showcase the Flatirons, I think, beautifully. So I think this will be, as you say, a place that people will want to come and be seen and take pictures. So.
Yeah, I also like the fact that like from the meeting packet, it looks like the original location for the art was going to be more recessed, set against like where the trailhead is, and now that this is going to be more closer to the actual road. And I like that change. I think it's just going to be something that's going to be more enjoyable and noticed by more people. If it was just at the trailhead, you would need to drive into the parking lot and get out of your car and walk up to the trailhead to actually notice it. And we're just going to miss an audience if that's where it's going to be located. So I think this is going to be fantastic. So great job.
Yes, and thank you to the committee. I mean, as you know, CAPS operates on a concept of subcommittees, and the hours that was put in to choosing this piece of sculpture under 30,000 essentially is pretty amazing. Because the artist has works that are hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he loved the idea of the Mayhofer Trail and being able to put a piece of art there. And the committee really did do an amazing job going through all these pieces of art and location discussions and that type of thing. So the process was really actually quite involved on this. So thank all those people that were on the subcommittee.
Just a quick comment, or go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, so one comment, Ken's questioning kind of made me think of this, and I hate that we have to talk about it, but I know that we've had some fabulous art in our community that has unfortunately been destroyed by vandalism in the past. And I was a little concerned that these rings might be kind of inviting to that. I didn't know if there's a way to ensure that the material or the surface can kind of prevent that or can be cleaned. But I just wanted to throw that out there for consideration.
They could be electrified. Okay, anyone else have anything?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I don't want to repeat what everyone said about it being a great piece of art, but I think it is great. I also don't want to be a wet blanket, but I kind of feel like I am. The only concern I have is, we have this great gravel trail, no one's going to use it. Everyone's going to like walk up close to these rings, and we're going to have all sorts of trampled social trails around them, which is not the worst thing. It's just a question of how do we kind of ensure that, you know, with the slope and people coming down here, you're getting really close to the rings, and then we get a big rainstorm, we just have like massive erosion running right down the rings and carrying all the gravel straight down the hill. Just something to think about, because we've seen that happen on the Meyerhoff Trail when we had the crazy floods. That whole thing just got destroyed, and that didn't have anywhere near the grade that we have here. So just something to keep in mind with, you know, the gravel trail kind of looping through here is fantastic, but the video, I hadn't even thought about people wanting to step into the circle. And I can see my kids, I can see myself wanting to do that all the time, which is going to just wreck the vegetation. So, you know, something to contemplate. I don't know how to solve it, but I want to just throw that out there.
Okay, good comments. I want to see if there's anyone in the public that would like to make any comments on this. Any public comment on this proposal? Okay. All right, anything final from the board, or I'll entertain a motion to move this forward.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion for the town to approve the Town of Superior resolution number R-85, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving a public art commission agreement with Flocus for the Orman Roach Trail art.
Second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Lish and second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. And roll call vote, please.
Howard,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Henshin,
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes. All right, motion passes. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
your work on that, Terry, Debbie, Dina. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're on now to item number 9, which is adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 6 of the Superior Municipal Code by the addition of a new article entitled Third-Party Food Delivery Performance Platform Fees.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, this is an emergency ordinance, just to make sure everybody's aware of that. And it's something that had requested by a couple of board members be added to the agenda tonight. Recent legislation approved as a response to the current pandemic included House Bill 20B 1005, which provides additional authorities to local governments related to regulating third-party delivery fees. The fees can be excessive and cause additional hardship to restaurants who are already struggling during this pandemic, which currently restricts any in-person dining. The new Article 7 that town attorney drafted provides definitions for food establishments, online orders, purchase price, telephone orders, and third-party food delivery platforms. It also has restrictions that provide for disclosure of information, restricts commission fees to a maximum of 15%, prohibits any additional fees that haven't been already agreed to by the retail food establishment, disclosure to customers of fees, requires that a receipt be given to the customer, and any violations of this ordinance would be a civil infraction by the delivery companies. Kendra, do you have additional information that you want to present?
Real quick, yeah, this is basically modeled off Denver's, which so far has been successful, is my understanding. It does sunset on March 31st, the way it's drafted now, but we can either eliminate the sunset if necessary or extend it. The reason it's going in the code is because that's recommended for enforcement purposes. So typically something like this adopted in an emergency, we would not necessarily put in the code, but that was suggested. to make sure that it was there and easy to find and the code enforcement could use it and we could bring it into municipal court for enforcement. I'm happy to report that as a statutory, you got some additional authority. It does not happen very often. So, so it was good to see, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So is this only applicable to deliveries that are occurring from restaurants in Superior, or does this also apply to deliveries in Superior that originate from restaurants outside of Superior?
It is retail food establishments located within the town.
Okay, so there's about 10 of those, right?
Right.
Give or take.
Sure.
Okay.
The idea is, I think that a lot of if enough municipalities put these in place, then there will not be loopholes there, if you know what I'm saying.
That's what I was going to ask about. Like you mentioned Denver, any other news on other municipalities, especially in Boulder, that are doing this?
I have not. Matt, have you heard whether the city of Boulder's done it yet? I know they were looking at it, but I don't know.
Yeah, they were looking at it, but I don't know if they have done it yet or not.
So I don't have that update for Louisville or anything like that yet, or Broomfield or any other sort of surrounding areas.
Yeah, I guess I don't love that this is kind of like a patchwork. You know, to me, this makes more sense. And I know this isn't, you know, anything that's in our control. I think this would make more sense as a state law or something like that, but I support this. With that being said.
Yeah, I agree with you, but this is the way Colorado works, unfortunately.
Totally, yeah, yeah.
So I just have a question about how these services work. So do the restaurants need to opt in order for all of this to apply? And do we know what restaurants in Superior have opted in? Like, so like, are we actually solving a problem here, or is this like an academic exercise if we don't actually have restaurants that are participating with, you know, DoorDash and Grubhub and Uber Eats and things like that? I
don't know your current statistics. Most restaurants are using these, though, I will say, particularly during the pandemic. I think that I would have to go to the Restaurant Association for actual numbers, but it's my understanding that they're very, very widely used.
Yeah, because I mean, I've heard the complaint. Like I certainly heard about the complaint when Denver adopted this. I just haven't heard any of our local restaurant owners saying that they're, you know, getting, you know, price gouged by these delivery services. And, you know, I certainly want to do what's right and to make sure that we're solving a problem, but I don't want to do something that's going to have like an unintended consequence of all of a sudden now, you know, these delivery services, which, you know, separate and apart from whether they're charging too much, you know, they are still providing a service, and people may be buying takeout from restaurants that they otherwise wouldn't, because, you know, they're not feeling comfortable like actually going to those restaurants right now for takeout purposes, but they will feel comfortable like ordering takeout from a restaurant via, you know, DoorDash and Grubhub. So, you know, I just want us to be mindful of the unintended consequence of, are we actually going to, you know, deter people from actually getting, you know, takeout from restaurants, supporting our local economy just because of, you know, the fact that they're going to participate in DoorDash, if they are, you know, because we don't even have that information right now.
So
I mean, go ahead, Laura.
To me, this ordinance has a few different pieces to it. And Kendra, I think you've written it exactly the way some members of the board directed you to. But some pieces of this I fully agree with, and other pieces I'm just not totally on board with. I mean, I think, Mark, to your point around, do restaurants know that these third parties are, you know, are delivering for them, you know, and getting their customers. That to me is the most important piece of this. It's preventing, you know, the third party delivery platforms from just all of a sudden saying, okay, great, now I offer service to your restaurant and you had no say in it. I think that piece is critical. What I don't agree with is the arbitrary 15% cap on fees. I think that is what is, I mean, more people are ordering now because of Grubhub and these other third-party delivery platforms. They have to have a way to take a cut. And I don't think it's ethical or the right thing to do to say we are arbitrarily saying you can't charge more than 15% for this. I would support the rest of the ordinance. I think it is really important that there is that transparency and that the restaurants have the choice of whether to use these services, but I can't support putting an arbitrary fee cap on this.
Well, and I guess before I go into where I was going to make my statements, Kendra, the 15% isn't necessarily arbitrary. It's more matching what we've seen across the state and other municipalities, right?
That's
right.
correct.
No, understood. And when I say arbitrary, I mean that's something that other municipalities have arbitrarily set. In Colorado, we're seeing 15%. In other cities, some have said 5%. You're limiting the free market by just saying, here is the cap to it.
Right. So where my head is at on this one is there are superior restaurants. I mean, just Mark, while you were talking, you asked the question, I pulled up DoorDash and typed in superior restaurants, and we've got Panda Express, we got Panera, we got Firehouse, we've got IHOP, we've got Chuck E. Cheese, and that's just me scrolling through the first 5. I'm sure there's probably more. So there's absolutely restaurants that this is going to impact. Something that we were lucky to be able to have with somebody we're lucky to have with us during our first Friday call was a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and trustees Howard and Henshin can correct me if I misstate anything, but we had a restaurateur partners who called in to introduce themselves as they'll be joining us in the town, and we specifically asked them about this, and they were very, very supportive of this measure, and we received an email this evening from a representative from the Colorado Restaurant Association, and at the bottom of that email, there's an anecdote where it talks about how these fees take basically almost the entire profit away from these sales, and the sales are almost not even worthwhile to move forward with, and that's basically what we heard during that phone call. So I too had those initial concerns of unintended consequences. Something that we've seen in the news that Broomfield had in reaction to what they passed, a $2 fee was added to the people who are using a specific platform, and really, it's passing on that fee. But you're talking about somebody who is losing a huge portion of their profit margin, and they might have smaller sales volumes now, but based off what I've heard from the restaurant industry and what I've read online, it looks like this is still a net positive for our restaurant industry. So I am overall supportive, and I appreciate Kendra, you pulling this ordinance together in short order for our consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, Ken, just to follow up on your comment from First Fridays, it was Lady Boss Pizza, and they actually, in their Boulder, they're on the hill, their location, they started offering delivery services to neighboring restaurants because of the predatory nature of some of these larger groups. They were losing not just some of their profit margin, they were losing money. Different restaurants were losing money on every meal that went out the door because they didn't have a say on it. So I think, especially in the context of the emergency declaration that this is operating under, it's providing protection specifically to the small business that doesn't necessarily have the opportunity. And I do think the opt-in component to this is critical, but we do need to protect against predatory pricing behaviors in this time. So I'm very supportive of this.
Yeah, I'll follow up to what Tim said. I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of this is about transparency. I think a lot of the people that are using these delivery platforms aren't aware of how much they're paying for the delivery fee and who is paying for that. I don't you know, a $9 sub at Firehouse that costs you, you know, $7 when you walk in. You assume $2 is a delivery fee, but it's actually quite a bit more than that because of the fee structure. So Firehouse makes far less money on that sub than if you just walked in and got it. So, and that's a piece of it where, and I think Tim alluded to this too, the time bound on this, it's March 31st, unless we choose to extend it or whatever, we can see what happens. I think I've heard from enough restaurants, they hate these platforms, but if they're not on the platforms, they die a faster death, because the key thing here is people are not out going to restaurants or clicking. And if you're not on the platform, you're just not going to be seen. None of these restaurants have the capacity or the capabilities of building these platforms. So they're leveraging what DoorDash and Grubhub have done, but absent credible alternatives, they're the only game in town, and they jacked up the fees as high as they could. Everyone saw what happened with the DoorDash IPO the other day. That's substantial, right? Those are the kinds of things where, and I'm a free market kind of guy. I hate the fact that I have to implement these sorts of restrictions, but we're at a very strange time in business history, so to speak. And I'm willing to try this out for a quarter to see if we can knock some sense into the market and push the balance of power to the restaurants and away from the people who are literally driving it from point A to point B. So I'm wildly.
Oh, go ahead.
Say-
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I was only going to say I'm wildly in support of this because it is time bound, but at the same time, you know, I don't know the right way to continue to help our restaurants when people are going to them less, they're buying from them less. This is just, you know, another way that we can try to continue to keep them alive, you know, while the pandemic runs its course.
So I think, Neil, to your points around transparency, again, I'm fully in support of the clauses in this ordinance around saying, you know, the restaurant has to opt in. This can't be something that the delivery platform just does. But where I just really disagree with capping the fees is you're then essentially, I mean, the money has to come from somewhere. We're just talking about, does it go to the third-party platforms or does it go to the restaurants? And there is a higher cost to deliver this food versus you or I going and doing like the trunk pickup or whatever. So if we are capping these fees, we're essentially saying that anyone who's getting takeout who's getting delivery is getting subsidized by those who are getting takeout, or even those who are eating in the restaurants when that's available, because that money has to come from somewhere. And that's why I'm really against capping these fees, because you're now saying anyone using the delivery services is not paying for them.
Oh, so Laura, if I can make a comment on that. I think what you're doing by capping it is you're limiting the amount that's being realized by the platform, which has zero marginal cost for each delivery. The actual people who are delivering the food and providing that service and taking the time actually are not benefiting from those excess fees. Those are all going to the platform. They're getting their minimal amount. And so this also is providing some protection for those drivers so that they're participating and not being, not just getting the smallest possible chunk in this. So I think the economics are so skewed right now to the platform that it becomes exploitive of both the delivery people as well as the restaurants.
I guess where I'm thinking about the delivery people is, even I think about what I tip when I get takeout or what I tip when I get a delivery. And it is, you know, in excess of 15%. And there are so many people who see this fee and they say, okay, 15%, in particular, that number, that must include my tip, that must include the cost of doing business, all of that. And I think it just becomes very confusing.
Yeah, and I think it's worth doing some homework on kind of how the economics work for these guys. There is a delivery fee that you pay, but they also, DoorDash and Grubhub will also take a commission of the sale, right? And that's a piece of that comes straight out of the restaurant's hide. Right. And that's a piece that is challenging because they have, I mean, and we heard it from Boss Lady Pizza, we've heard it from others, you know, 20 to 25% margins in the restaurant business is outstanding. And if you're scraping 20% off, you're not leaving a lot for the people who are actually creating the value. I'm not saying that the delivery companies don't create value. There's intrinsic value to that, especially right now. It's just a question of what is the right level, you know, in terms of balancing this out. And I don't have an answer. I honestly don't know what the right number is. I don't think any of us do. I think, Laura, you're absolutely right. 15 does seem kind of like it's a stab in the dark. Do we know what the right number is? But one could argue, why is there any commission? Well, these delivery fees, or delivery companies, they create a platform. It's an aggregator, and we're all going to it. They're fantastic apps. There is a cost of doing business for that. The problem is, and I think one of the things we saw in the email today is if I'm buying a $5 pizza, maybe a $10 pizza, or $1,000 worth of pizza, that platform gets the same exact percentage. It doesn't move down based on volume. And that is what's really hurting these restaurants.
Yeah, that makes sense. I certainly understand we're in a pandemic right now, and circumstances are unique, but we're not capping a lot of other stuff. We've never said, the price of toilet paper can't go above $5.
Because there's an alternative. I mean, there's an alternative, right?
What's the alternative? I don't want to know what your alternative to toilet paper is, Neil. But I guess there's alternatives for this as well. There's people can go pick it up. There are multiple third-party delivery platforms. I can't in good conscience say I'm just going to arbitrarily say, hey, you can't make money because I want to help other people. I mean, to me, that's not the right thing to do. And that's where I would love for us to pass this ordinance the resolution. I'm using the wrong term here. It's late. I would love for us.
You were right. It's an ordinance.
I would love for us to pass this ordinance. I would just really like us to take out that clause around the 15% cap and leave it at many of the other things around transparency, around making sure that restaurants know when they are opting into this, and around making sure that people themselves, when they are placing an order, understand that not all of that money is going to the restaurant and it's going to the business. Those to me are the key things we need to do, rather than arbitrarily saying, 15% is the most you can make as a platform.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Laura. I mean, I like the idea that this would be a temporary thing and we'd be doing it for a quarter and then it would sunset. However, I recognize we got an email from, the Restaurant Association today, but I haven't heard, I wasn't at First Friday this past Friday, but, I haven't heard from any of our existing restaurants that this is a problem. It doesn't look like some of our restaurants are members of DoorDash or Grubhub or Uber Eats. So I don't know, like, kind of the scope of the problem and whether it's actually going to be solved by this thing. I do agree that, consumers should be told where their money is going, and there should be more transparency and disclosures about, who's getting what fee. Is it a delivery fee that's going to the driver, or is going to the business and then they're paying the delivery driver? I mean, I delivered pizzas for 4 years when I was in college, and I got paid minimum wage, and then I got tips when I delivered pizzas. But it was a pretty open and shut, very transparent transaction there. Everybody knew what was going on. There wasn't a platform like DoorDash. So I guess I haven't really heard a compelling case that what we're going to be doing here in Superior is actually going to really solve a problem that really needs to be addressed on a much larger scale. If this is a kind of industry-wide problem, this is something that should be addressed by the state legislature, or on the federal level, with the FTC, if there's deceptive trade practices going on and consumers are being deceived as to how the fees that they're paying for their takeout deliveries are actually being apportioned. I mean, I think it's a noble effort, and I appreciate it coming forward to the board for consideration. I'm not totally sold right now.
Mark, would you be supportive of passing the ordinance with simply section 6720B removed? Because that would be what I would advocate for. I really think this is, all of the rest of it is great. It really is about transparency. I just don't like section B about adding a fee cap.
But I completely disagree here. So yes, I like the transparency piece, but I'm not willing to take that out. at the end of the day, we have been granting all of these economic grants to our small businesses, to our restaurants, to help them make it through here, to keep them in business, so that we don't lose that part of our economy. We don't lose that character that they bring to our town. This ordinance and that 15% keeps more money in the pockets of those small businesses that we've been bending over backwards to keep profitable and in business, so that we don't lose them. I think if we that's the most important piece of this ordinance. Dropping that defeats the vast majority of what we're trying to accomplish here. So that's not something I'd be willing.
I agree with Ken. We're not in normal times here. That's why this is being brought forth. I think if this were normal times, I would not be interested in entertaining this, but this is not normal times. We've been, just as Ken said, we've been spending loads to try to keep them going, and this is but one small way to kind of help further that effort. So I would like to call for public comment, or any public comment, and then any final comments from the board, and then let's take action on this. TJ Sullivan.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, TJ.
Just real quickly, there's been several comments about we haven't heard from our restaurants what they want. I heard from 4 today, and they're all very, very supportive of the cap. So I would say anecdotally, they're very supportive. I think generally we need to know that there could be some passing along of the cost to residents, because these platforms are huge and can tack on fees for their users pretty much any way they want to. So you might get a little blowback if people feel like now the residents are being taxed in some way more than the restaurants. So it's a little bit messy that way. Also, the transparency and all those different things worry me a little bit, because we don't have a lot of leverage in terms of, we don't have a huge number of restaurants that are driving huge revenue to these platforms. I think if I was feeling creative in a legal department for one of these platforms, I might say, guess what? We're not doing business with any restaurants in Superior, because we don't want to meet the demands of a very small restaurant. I'm sorry, I'm tired. It's so late. A small number of restaurants. They could just cut out Superior restaurants completely, lose a dozen suppliers, and not even feel it. So if they decide they want to make a case, Superior, I think, would be a very easy place to make a point if they wanted to. But I think that passing this and reevaluating based on what the reality is at the end of the first quarter makes a lot of sense. But I do think there's going to be a ton of problems with this overall, like you said, with it being municipality by municipality. I think it's going to be a big mess down the line. So, but I recommend that you go ahead and pass it. I think it's a good idea for a short term. Thanks.
All right, thanks, TJ. All right, any further public comment? All right, seeing none, any final comments from the board, or I'll entertain a motion to.
I do have a question for Matt and Kendra. So Kendra, section 5, the very end of the ordinance, the effective date, the ordinance shall take effect immediately upon adoption. Does this mean that literally starting tomorrow, assuming we pass this? So does that then mean, have we had any type of conversations with any of these third-party apps at all yet? And do they know that they will be out of compliance in Superior starting tomorrow, and therefore might be racking up penalties?
Not with the third party delivery companies, but I mean, we don't want to contact them without knowing whether this is going to pass or not. So now that if it does, that tomorrow we will be in the process of contacting each one, and as well as the restaurants, and letting them know.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, to that, and I was only going to add, I mean, does it make sense to maybe have this go effective like 5 days or 3 days from now? No. Okay.
Sorry, if it's an emergency, it has to be an emergency, meaning it has to go into effect immediately.
Okay,
By its nature, it's not an emergency if you don't need it right away.
got it.
So, I mean, so what happens if DoorDash and Grubhub, I mean, to TJ's point, say, you know what, Superior's not worth it. They're, small potatoes, and we're just not going to service Superior restaurants anymore. Are we, by passing this ordinance, trying to solve this problem of price gouging, all of a sudden now cutting off a supply of business to, these local restaurants because they're no longer going to be on the platform? And, are we basically making a problem worse for these struggling restaurants because we're trying to help them? And so that's my concern here, is like the unintended consequences of our decisions here. And I think it's a noble aim. And I think everything that we've done to help our local restaurants with the grants that we've gotten through the CARES Act funds has been great. I wish we could do more of that. I just, I'm worried about this. I
I'm
think
just
that
not personally that worried. I'm not personally that worried about it because Denver has already done this. We're not like the first town that they're going to be dealing with this. It just doesn't make sense. I don't see how a delivery company would accede to the ordinance in Denver and then decide to try to make an example out of Superior.
because here they're only losing out on
Scenario
5
doesn't make-
restaurants, and in Denver there's 500.
I just think the more likely scenario for these companies is that they're just going to lower their fees when they're required to by law for a few months.
I think we're also forgetting, though, that not only could they cut out the restaurants, they could also cut out Superior as a delivery area. I mean, think back to, it wasn't that long ago that you couldn't get food delivered in Superior until these companies stepped in.
I just think it's so unlikely that any company is going to be like, yeah, it's a pandemic, so tough. It's just not going to happen. We're talking about something for 3 months. DoorDash is not going to take the public relations head of, being like, yeah, we can't price gouge anymore, so we're not going to deliver to your town.
But I don't think it's not saying they can't price gouge. I mean,
I'm saying that's what the public relations impact of that action would be for them. They're not going to take that risk. I'm not saying that's my take of what they're doing. That's just what it's going to look like. So I'm going to vote for this. I think we're overthinking it personally.
I think we've all kind of stated our points multiple times here. So let's move this on to a vote, please. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Town of Superior ordinance number O-20, series 2020. An emergency ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior amending Chapter 6 of the Superior Municipal Code by the addition of a new Article 7 entitled Third-Party Food Delivery Platform Fees.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Shaw, second by Trustee Lish. Roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwacinski,
No.
Folsom,
Yes.
Henson,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Laces,
No.
Lish.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thanks. Motion passes.
No, it fails. I'm sorry, Mayor. It's an emergency ordinance. It needed 6 votes.
Okay. All right, motion fails.
So may I propose that we consider passing I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance, but with item B, the fee one. Now I've lost it.
It's section 6-7-10, or sorry, -20, excuse me, subsection.
Yes. I would like to make a motion to pass the ordinance, but with section 6-720B excluded. And Kendra, I realize that may be repeated elsewhere in the document. So whatever else would be needed to be consistent with that.
Kendra, can I just back up a second? Why exactly did it fail?
An emergency ordinance, I just done this memo, an emergency ordinance needs 6 votes out of 7.
I guess I didn't see that. Sorry.
Okay, would you like to make another motion Laura, on
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to pass this ordinance, but with section 6, 7, 20, subsection B removed from the ordinance around the cap on delivery fees. But the other provisions would apply.
okay, is there a second? Going once, going twice. All right, no second. All right, I don't see any way forward on this, so let's.
I like to hear from Mark. Mark, we heard from TJ tonight that of the I asked TJ yesterday if he could do some legwork and go out and talk to our local restaurants to see if this would impact them and where they stand on this. He was able to get feedback from 4 of them. All of them were supportive. I'm if our restaurants are supportive, I'm where are we what can we change to get you to a yes on this? I feel like we're on the verge of doing good here, and I'm not seeing what we're missing here to get this done.
I mean, number one, so I mean, I didn't write the rules on emergency ordinances needing the super majority, but that's what they apparently need. Obviously this would have passed if it were a non-emergency ordinance, and you would have had a majority of the votes. So I guess my suggestion would be to make this a non-emergency ordinance, and maybe try again that way. I guess I'm just not convinced that this isn't going to blow up in our face, and then all of a sudden we're not having these third-party delivery services serving our community. And I think that there's also people that are using these third-party delivery services to actually get takeout from restaurants that they're not ordinarily getting takeout from. They're trying new restaurants, they're doing things to support businesses, and I just think that there's the potential for unintended consequences here. Generally speaking, I am in favor of allowing the free market to work. And, these restaurants don't need to participate in DoorDash or Grubhub. There's no, Wayne's isn't in it, BJ's isn't in it. So they can opt out.
We've got to move on, unfortunately. We had a motion, it failed, and I don't think we're going to get movement off that. So, okay. The final item on our agenda tonight is item number 10, public hearing and adoption of a resolution for final subdivision plat and final development plan for block 26 and 27 and the subdivision improvement agreement. Phyllis, do we have proof of publication to open the public hearing?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. All right. Just for the benefit of the public and board, it's 11:18. We're going to get into the public hearing, but it's highly likely that we'll be continuing this. I don't know if we will get to public comment this evening. If we don't, we will certainly do so at the next meeting, but we've got presentation and so on, and probably some questions along the way, so we may or may not get to public comment in this evening. So, all right, after seeing the proof of publication, I'm going to gavel to open the public hearing, and I'll turn it over to Matt to start.
Thanks, Mayor. So we have Chase Mullen here from the company that does our 3D modeling for the town center. What I think makes sense, if the board is okay with it, is to start with a 3D fly through, and then presentation from the developer, the applicant. That might get us to 11 o'clock, and then the board can decide how to proceed from there, if that works.
I'm fine with that if the board's good with that. All right. Thanks.
All right,
Thanks for sticking around, Chase. Go ahead.
Good evening.
evening.
I'm going to just do a quick kind of high level view, and then I'll drive down some streets and then look at it from kind of up on the bridge line. So the buildings here are just kind of a slightly lighter shade here that are under review this evening for blocks 26 and 7. So let's land here. So this is Discovery Parkway. So along this edge here, and then again in kind of this in the interior. And then additionally, kind of revealing the height plane here, pretty high clearance. Are there any specific vantage points that you would like to see this evening?
Chase, can you just do me a favor and switch it to like winter so all the trees have lost their leaves?
I actually cannot make the trees lose their leaves.
I thought there was a mode where we could see it at different times of the year.
Just as it relates to shadows. Just as it
Okay.
relates to shadows.
So what time of year are we looking at now?
Let's see here. So this would be September 9th, 10 a.m.
Can we see December or January at 4 p.m.?
So the first of the year. So we'll kind of start here in the morning. So 9, 10, 11, noon, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the sun's setting there by 5.
Can you go in and drive the alley behind the homes? So the alley that serves,
yeah,
I guess, what is that, the Thrive homes there? And then kind of look at the proposed homes.
Yeah, so these will be walkouts. So they'll be more of a third story appearance here.
Could we see from the second story windows in those homes, the Thrive homes there? Just kind of looking west.
Let's get that sun out of our face.
Chase, could you go back up the hill and look down from the Waterford neighborhood? And kind of like you've done in the past, kind of like walk the perimeter fence.
So right here's the kind of the first unit in this.
Chase, can you bring us back down to the sidewalk from the toll development walking into this part of the development? Thank you.
Chase, could you actually, I can't say what road it is, but I'm interested in seeing kind of the comparison between the single family homes and the toll development that are alley loaded versus this development, which will have, front facing garages. So I don't know if you can come down on that southernmost road in the toll development. I guess it's Discovery Parkway, is that it?
Anything additional?
Okay, that may be all. Anyone have anything else? Okay, Chase, thank you.
Thank you.
So Bill, are you going to kick this off, or are you going to hand it right over to Remington?
No, I've got to earn my money too.
Okay.
I'll start. Do we have the applicant's presentation that someone can pull up for me though? Steve,
Yeah.
Noel, did you have that, or I don't know who's running the show?
Yeah, I can pull it up here.
Yeah, let's do that. While he's doing that, I'll try to get started. So obviously, Bill Jenks, RC Superior, thanks for having us on. We've been working on this one for a long time. We submitted this FDP for 26 homes back in April of 2018, so it's been a little over 2.5 years. The FDP has been through a number of iterations since then. Originally, it was actually packaged with the Thrive homes on Block 26, which were approved back in 2018 or 19. Because of some of the engineering questions, and because Thrive was also working on Block 14, we ended up bifurcating those approvals. Thrive went forward ahead of this Remington piece on Block 26, and then Block 25 took priority in 2019 ahead of this Block 26. So it's great to be here in front of you and finally proposing the FDP for this. Everything around this proposed FDP has been approved. So as you know, Block 26 by Thrive is already 100% complete with construction and sold out. And then Toll Brothers to the southeast is 100% approved, as well as everything else in planning area 3. So the road network, which I wanted to point out on the PD once Steve gets that open, has been established since 2015.
I can't share my screen because the host says the host has stopped my video.
Matt, I can share the presentation of the applicant if you want.
Yeah, Stephen, why don't you do that? Thanks.
Can you guys see the screen all right?
Slide 2 for me. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. So this is the current use plan as approved by PD Amendment number 5. The alignment of Central Park Circle down at the southwest corner there hasn't changed since PD Amendment number 3, which was approved in 2015, which introduced all of the circulation and right-of-way design for this planning area 3 part of the project. And I think everybody knows, but Stephen, if you want to just highlight, Block 27 and the south half of Block 26, I thought I had a red line around it, but it's not showing up. So that's the that's the area that we're talking about. And like I said, everything to the northeast and south, or I guess north and east, has already been approved. So we're really filling in the final piece of planning area 3. And so that road network here, as you see it, Block 27 has existed that way since 2015. Block 27, as drawn by the PD, allowed for 60 feet of depth between the edge of Central Park Circle and the boundary of the 25-foot no-build buffer that lines the whole south end of the project. And so, to me, we'll get into this a little bit more in a minute, but to me, the PD always envisioned some front-loaded homes in this section of the project by virtue of the road layout that it proposed. And then I just wanted to quickly touch on density gradient, which is a concept that we've talked about many times before, but part of the planning behind the downtown Superior master plan was this idea of a density gradient going from the high density Main Street with 4 and 5-story multifamily and kind of high density residential mixed with commercial down into block 25 and 13, which, as you've seen them develop, have built between, I think it's between 20 and 30 units an acre in that townhome product. And then we always talked about, as we got further south into blocks 14 and 26 and then 16 and 24, you'd see that density start to drop off towards more traditional residential densities. And so this proposal on block 26 and 27 is just below 8 units an acre. So you can see that playing out in the numbers where we started with, where I think we have roughly 40 units an acre on the densest piece of the downtown core. We dropped to that 25 units an acre on block 13, down to 20 units an acre on block 25, and then dropped down to the 8 units an acre on block 27 and the adjacent block 24 as approved by Toll Brothers. So that's just some of the early planning playing out. So I'm going to let Stephen get into the details of the proposal, but we have been through a long iteration with a bunch of different variations on this proposal. I think we've come up with a really attractive proposal. We do have 5 variance requests compared to the PD, but I do want to, before I hand it over to Stephen, walk you through those really quickly, because as you'll see, they do not really affect the intent of the PD. So I just want to walk through those real quickly. So one of the variances that is outlined in your staff memo is that this FDP is proposing front load product versus rear load product, or in other words, it has a garage facing the front of the home rather than an alley behind the building. And like I said, the PD site plan in 2015 didn't anticipate an alley to the south of Central Park Circle. That alley would butt up against Tract H and be a potential nuisance to the neighbors to the south. And it just wasn't shown or nor was space allocated for such an alley. So like I said, the PD always anticipated some front load product in this area, although the design guidelines didn't pick it up and didn't actually specifically talk about front load product. And that's why this is a variance, because the design guidelines didn't pick up that planning issue. Another variance is that we're proposing 11 to 29 foot setbacks, which are in excess of the 2 foot to 8 foot requirement in the PD. We've gone through this in the past on a few other FDPs. The town board has generally not had a negative reaction to setbacks exceeding the PD regulations. So I hope the same is true here. And that increased setback has also been driven largely by town staff through the sort of iterative design process, and looking for longer driveway lengths and just some bigger setbacks off of the right of way. So hopeful the town board supports that variance to exceed the setbacks proposed in the PD. The third thing is reducing the width of Central Park Circle right of way by excluding the right of way. Actually excludes the adjacent sidewalks in this case, where we normally include those sidewalks and green spaces in the right of way width. As you'll see in some of the exhibits, this reduction, quote unquote, of right of way width doesn't actually change the physical improvements that would be on the property. It just measures curb to curb instead of sidewalk to sidewalk. So to me, again, that's not really changing the intent of the PD. It's just moving an imaginary line. The fourth thing is the walkout units, which there's 6 homes on block 26, which have they're on a hillside slope, and so the basement of those homes actually daylights to the backyard, which is a floor below the level of the street in the front yard. And those homes, because they are on that slope, the part of the basement is being counted in the finished area of the home, which is pushing the area of the home slightly over the 3,000 square foot maximum established by the cottage typology G. As you know, and we've been through this a few times, those typologies have been a little bit troublesome in that they were very specific, where it potentially didn't make that much sense to be so specific. So this is one of those cases. And then also because we're really just talking about basement area on those walkout units, I would argue that doesn't sort of breach the intent of the PD. It's really just a function of the site topography. And if you want to see how that works, there's a picture of it on page 4 of 54 of the actual FTP. And if the site were flat, we wouldn't be talking about that as a variance request. And then the last thing, there's some language in that same typology about side yards with one being open and one being closed. And again, I think that's just an example of that typology language getting a little bit too specific. I think we have attractive yards and due to that increased setback, have a really nice front yard on these homes also. So all of that to say, this is an FDP that's been in design for 2.5 years. I think Remington's done a great job. Our civil engineer and town staff, as always, has done a great job in getting us to a really safe and attractive design for this last piece of planning area 3. And with that, I'm going to let Steve walk you through some of the detailed architecture, and obviously here to help however I can. Steve, you're on mute.
I do that all the time. I just want to thank everybody for taking their time out this evening to kind of look at block 26 and 27 with us. I would like to just kind of reiterate what Bill said is we've been working on this this particular block for quite some time now. So I think we've put quite a bit of thought into it. See, can I, might be easier if I shared my screen. Let me try to share my screen maybe. Let's go through this here. Oh, can't share while Steven's sharing it. I guess it's Steven.
Stop sharing. You should be able to share if you have privilege. If not, I can share again and you can prompt me.
Okay, let me try. Can you guys see that or no?
No.
You can see it? Yeah, I don't think mine's going to let me share. So Steven, if you just wouldn't mind moving to the next page, just kind of get it going here. So everyone's getting pretty familiar with Remington Homes by now. These are just some of the communities that we've done here on the west side of town, probably in the last 20 years. Most of these are in planned communities, and we're really proud of the work we've been putting together on these, just looking down through the list. So most of our stuff is in Jefferson County, but we've starting to get a pretty good foothold up in Superior with our product that you guys are familiar with. Next page, Stephen, thanks. Just go through this again. This is every house we build is a Energy Star rated home. And this is like your golf score. So the lower the score, the better the house is. A building code is about 100 on the HERS index. Every house we build comes in at about 50 to 60. Our average house is about 55. Most of those houses that we build up, whether it's a townhouse or a single family up in Superior, is about 55 on the HERS rating. So provides for better comfort for people, less energy usage, and more durability on the houses. So we've been doing this for probably about 20 years now, doing Energy Star homes, and frankly, we've gotten pretty good at it. So we're looking at taking some additional steps in the future, but we've been doing well on this. So next slide, Stephen. So this is just kind of the project as sits, and a couple things I'd like to probably point out as we go through here. We worked really hard at like alternating the front of the houses as we go down the street. So some are set back at 11, some are set at 12. And then when you get into the curves in here and everything on this, these setbacks along here get greater also. So we really tried to provide a lot of street variation. Every one of the houses has a front porch on it that faces the street. And then these also have upper decks on them. If you go, Stephen, let's go to the next slide. So this is kind of a view looking to the southwest. And these are the houses that are backing up on the open space, but you can see the lower porches on these with the upper decks. And what we've also done is we've pushed the garages back on the houses, so that it's kind of a garage back technique, so you don't see the snout nose garage and just a garage dominating feature on the house, which I think our architect did really well. She did really well on getting these kind of different designs, and I think really kind of sparking some interest in the community. You go to the next slide, Steve.
Hey, Steve, just a question for you on this slide specifically, because just looking at the renderings, these are all, I don't know what to call them. They're like side opening garage doors. They don't roll up, correct?
No, they roll up. Yeah.
Okay.
They give the illusion you're looking at that's really the cross bucking trim detail on them. They're the traditional garage door that rolls up.
Okay.
Real similar. These garage doors are, I think we're using the same design on these on our townhouses that we're building right now. Could be wrong, but I think that we use some of that cross bucking right now on those, but they do roll up.
Okay, thanks.
So the next one, this slide is just looking from the opposite end of the street, looking to the kind of the southeast there on what those row of homes are going to look back there. And you can really see we got a lot of articulation on these houses on the front. We worked really hard at that to make sure that we were providing a lot of interest on these fronts, provided front porches on these, where people can put some chairs out there and kind of provide that walkability or that neighborhood friendly street environment. So I think we did a really good job at making that work. Stephen, next slide. So this is the look of the back of the houses that we kind of talked about. And this was one of the concerns that a lot of people had originally, was kind of the wall of development that we talked about when we were going to get those houses all kind of rode up there. And so if you're up in Rock Creek where those houses are, this is the view that they will have. And you can kind of see the houses through the open space that we're going to be building down there. Next slide, Stephen. So on this one, this is one of the new slides that you guys don't have in your packet. And I thought it was really important. So we went back to and had this one rendered up. But this is on the walking trail that's existing back there already. And so this is what you're going to see on the walking trail. So I think this is one of the really important things to point out on this community. So when we went to the front load garage, it really provided, allowed us to get rid of an alley back here and provide more green space and not seeing the garage doors from the open space on the back of the house versus seeing an alley with nothing but garage doors going down it, because that was obviously something that no one was interested in seeing, I don't think. So this is just one of the views of that. Stephen, if you go to the next slide. And we just took kind of the angle from the opposite end. So this is looking to the northeast. The other one was looking to the kind of the northwest, but this looks at from the other side. Also, the other thing I want to point out on this is we worked really hard at trying to get some articulation, also not only on the front of the houses, but on the back of the houses also. So there, you have some interest in some variety on the back also, versus just seeing a real flat wall coming across there. So again, I'm real happy with the work that we did on this project. Stephen, would you mind going to the next one? So we talked about kind of the variances. These are the three big ones that really affected the architecture. And the first one is the front load garage versus the rear loaded garage, which the typology G cottages, which we're really trying to follow, that specified a rear loaded garage with kind of an open, it envisioned an open side yard to the back. And I do have kind of an example of the two different, what we ended up proposing tonight versus kind of what the typology G was really looking for. So I'll show you guys that in a minute. We talked about the square footage of the houses tonight. All of our houses are underneath the 3,000 square feet, which the typology G counts for. So our finished square footage is underneath that typology. It's when you add the 6 walkouts on block 26 that if we assume about 50% of the basement is exposed, that ranges, somewhere between, that's the full basement square footage, and we're assuming about 50% exposed. So you got about 450 to 500 square feet of additional square footage. And so in some cases, and I'll show you that on the next slide, but it pushes those 6 walkout units over that 3,000 square foot limit. The other one that's important to point out is the PD really would have allowed us to set the garage doors at 8 feet to, or 2 feet to 8 feet off of the front property line. And I'll show this to you on our other example. It really would have been easier for us to produce a rear load product that would have allowed us to maximize the square footage of the building envelope a lot easier if we would have had a rear loaded product. But obviously that, again, what we've talked about is that's not something I don't think anybody wants in this area. And so, we end up having to put a driveway on these for safety because we didn't want the garage door right up on the street, but also provide some room for parking off lot or off the street on lot. So we have our setbacks on most of the garage doors. The minimum is 20 feet and some of them range up to 24 feet. So we have a kind of that's another variance that we have to ask for, but we're actually increasing that from what it is on the PD. Stephen, would you mind going to the next slide? So this is what I'm talking about on the square footages that we're looking at here. So the 501, 502, and 503 are all underneath the square footages of the cottage variety. And then when you add the optional finished basement in, or when you added the unfinished basement on a walkout, that would send it over the 3,000 square feet limit. So that's something to be aware of. The other thing too is the houses on the upstairs would have a 3-bedroom count, but if someone opted for a finished basement, we would add a bedroom in the basement. But because we provide 2 parking spots in the garage and 2 parking spots on the driveway, that's still within the town regulations to allow to do that. So that is our other. It's not an exception, but it's just it's a benefit of being able to go to a front load that we did not have on our rear load, as being able to finish the basement, put a 4th bedroom in it. Probably the other thing that to point out is all the height. The height limit on this is 35 feet, and all of ours are under 30 feet. So we're over 5 feet underneath the maximum height allowed in this block. So I think the neighbors in Rock Creek will probably like that too.
Steve, sorry for the interruption. We're at 10:55 here. We've got a hard stop at 11 unless the board agrees to extend it. What is your estimated time to finish your presentation? And my proposal to the board would be that we extend the meeting for that purpose.
I probably could get through it in about another 5 minutes. There's not a lot more on this. We're really getting to the slides where we're looking at some architectural renderings, and probably the big one, and it's really up to the board. I got kind of just the rear load product versus the front load product diagram I put together that they might want to look at. So,
okay,
a question and answer session.
Okay, my proposal to the board would be that we extend for another 15 minutes just to allow for, because we do need to set a time for continuation as well. So even if it is just 5 more minutes, we still need a few more minutes than that. So could we take down the share screen for just a moment, and in order to get everybody's faces in there? Okay, I will make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Folsom,
Yes.
Henson,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Shaw,
No.
Swazinski.
No.
Okay, unfortunately, we must have a unanimous vote to extend the meeting. So Steve will have to pause your presentation there. Just make a mental note of where we are. We do need, in the remaining 3 minutes of our meeting, we need to set a date certain for this continued public hearing, which I believe will be our January 11th meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. Man. Yep.
Okay. Kendra, do we need a motion on?
Yes, we need a motion and a vote on continuance to that date certain, please.
I'll make a motion to continue to January 11th.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Skrzyncki, and roll call vote, please.
Lasis,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Henson,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Swazinski,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Lish.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thanks. Motion passes, and we will continue this. Apologies that we couldn't get through the presentation entirely tonight, but just ran up against the clock. So we will continue on Monday, January 11th. Is there anything final before we adjourn tonight? All right. Okay, with that, we are concluded, and I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting tonight. Thank you all.
Happy holidays.
Thanks. You too.
Happy holidays.